Welcome everyone to the opening round of the 2025 Route 66 Sprint Series here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. It is a cold one to start off the 2025 season. Howdy folks, my name is Nate Dean. Alongside me for this weekend is Caleb Vieska. Caleb, you were telling me earlier you were enjoying some sunshine and some hot tub time earlier on in the week. Now, though, a little bit cold. We're all bundled up and ready for the opening round here. How are you doing, bud?
First of all, very cold, Nate. It's a pleasure to be joining you here at Route. And again, the temperature has changed a lot this weekend already. It was at higher 60s yesterday. We moved down to the 40s here this morning. So it's definitely a cold start to the day. Quite windy out there as well. So that's definitely good for us that we're up here in the booth. Good for us that we're up in some insulated AC with some heat. But for all the racers that are out there on the racetrack today and throughout the weekend as well, it's going to be a tough one just to keep yourself warm, as well to our hardworking camera guys that are out there as well. But it's exciting to be here. My first time at Whiteland. And again, the biggest surprise for me is to really be here, obviously commentating remotely from home, and then being here this weekend is seeing all the elevation changes and the features of this racetrack. A very unique one, as we say, one of the most historic in the entire U.S.
Yeah, absolutely. And you and I have both done some commentary on Kart Chaser for the Indy Karting Challenge, the club level racing they have here. A lot of the elevation and the subtle bumps around this track really get lost on the screen, but until you finally get to Whiteland, do a track walk and really understand the oldest karting track in the United States, you really get to appreciate it. Out on track for happy hour is our KA100 Masters, our first class on the year, as they are heading around trying to set their qualifying order and get things dialed in for qualifying later on in the day. Adam Kreppen, Mr. Two-time in KA Master competition. He is undefeated in the past 2 years. That is 8 straight wins. Currently leads the way and is top of the timesheets by 0.4 of a second over Randy Klemek and Brad Britton, making his KA Master debut this weekend. Caleb, only 7 karts in the field. However, we've seen some very close battling throughout the field in the past couple years, and with the addition of Brian Boley down in that 6th spot for MPG Motorsports, we've seen him run up front at X30 and KA100 competition for Rolson Performance Group at the national scene. We're going to be expecting him to find some pace later on today.
Yeah, we'll see how Brian does as well. Another names that I'm quite familiar with, David Galloni as well. We're used to seeing him out at Newcastle. That's his home track, and he's with Mark Steele and his tent here this weekend on the new Stealth chassis. So we'll see how David Galloni can do this weekend. Again, he's been quick at the Stars Championship Series and other series as well. So, again, we'll wish all these drivers the best of luck. Jacob Neary back here this weekend as well from Hickory Hills, Illinois. He's racing, like you said, Brad Britton. Brian Boley, I think, is going to be the biggest wrench in the entire field to try and take the fight to a couple of these other drivers, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard, though, to take down Adam Kreppen, who has had really, you can't find the words to describe how dominant he has been throughout 2023 and 2024 in this class. Has a bit of a draft going underneath our timing and scoring tower over Boley as he moves up into that 5th spot, 1.4 down. Still has a little bit of time, does Brian, to find, but it is a very tricky circuit here. As you can see, Williams on screen was getting all sideways. There is Adam Kreppen, the 437 Gillard machine, making his way through the back section of the track now, through the new section they added on a few years ago, right behind Boley on that MPG Motorsports machine. Should get a good draft here, Caleb. Yeah, it is kind of a bull ring style track, but you would be surprised how big of an advantage having a slipstream down the back straight gives you.
Yeah, agreed. And for Brian especially, thinking about where he's been in the past couple of years, kind of been working on his own business side of things and on the coaching side with his camera system. And then, again, it's a new chassis for him, right? He hasn't been on the KR all too recently, just more used to the OTK. That's what he's been running over at Mooresville, North Carolina, when he does do the club races out at Trackhouse Motorplex. Kreppen able to go through on him, but it's just a learning curve for him, learning a new chassis. I think 2 chassis that are very different in styles, especially, Nate, that drive quite differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And even on the national scene, you see drivers go from team to team where one's running KR, the other is on an OTK, and they kind of struggle for a few weekends to try and find the nuance of that chassis, how to drive it differently. And obviously for Brian, new track, new kart for him and a new team, it's going to take him maybe a few sessions to get up to par with Adam Kreppen. But even if it doesn't happen today, you can expect him on the rear bumper of that 437 machine, a new graphics kit for Adam Kreppen this weekend, though, by the end of the weekend. Checkered flag should be flying soon here for KA100 Masters Happy Hour. Adam Kreppen still leading the way by half a second over Minnesota native Randy Klemek for AMK Race Products at the moment. Still, though, Caleb, have a bit of a stacked field for the rest of the classes, including the other Masters class in 206 Masters. Had 30 entries for that. Looking forward to seeing them on track as KA Masters continue to make their rounds for this happy hour session.
Yeah, time just about to run out here in this session, coming down on the closing moments. So we'll see if anybody can get a lap again. This is the happy hour session, so this is going to set everybody up for the qualifying to see where they go out on the racetrack. And again, putting yourself in good track position at a racetrack like this, especially, that's very technical, and putting yourself in a comfortable position, I think, is super important, which makes these happy hour sessions that much more important here, Nate, which again, whenever you talk about it, race weekend, putting yourself in the best spot to put in the best lap, especially later on today after the lunch break, that's going to be the biggest key. But, you know, all this started at 8 a.m. They had the first practice session. So, again, it's just dialing your stuff in on a racetrack that's completely different because it did rain yesterday. So all the rubber that could have been laid down definitely washed off overnight. So we're back at a green racetrack, you know, dialing in the setups, dialing in the gearing if it changes at all, and just getting yourself back used to pretty much driving a brand new racetrack, it seems like, overnight.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of drivers seem like they're struggling with front end grip. A lot of just walking up and down the grid yesterday and this morning, a lot of wide front ends, no bars in, just to try and get the front end of these karts to bite in. Like you said, we had a lot of rain yesterday, so any bit of rubber that was on this track has been washed off. And of course, pretty different conditions to what we had yesterday, to where you could walk around in shorts and a t-shirt yesterday and be fine. Today, everyone is bundled up, and it is a cold track, so that even puts more of an emphasis on the 2 practice sessions you have this morning to really get that kart dialed in, because everything you found yesterday is almost out the window with the track we have now.
Yeah, checkered flag getting set to come in the air here in a couple of moments. Here, our flagman with flag in hand, but David Galonia worked his way into the pits. He's currently 6th on the timing charts as we follow around Brian Boley coming across the very characteristic banked corner here at Whiteland. And again, to me, I think by far my favorite corner out of all on our, I guess I should say, national circuit or regional circuit that we have here. It's definitely one of the coolest ones. But checkered flag in the air, and like you said, Kreppen is picking right up where he left off last night as well. He's currently top of the timing charts at 50.471. Klemek in second, back to Britain. Jacob Neary, Boley, Galonia, and Williams, your 7 drivers here in the happy hour session.
The 206 Sportsmen now making their way on to track for their happy hour session. A lot of MPG representation here, as it is their home track. Have all 3 of those guys up in front and ready to go. Again, for these drivers we've seen in IKC events, it's very hard for these cadet karts to get heat into their tires, Caleb, and there's a few spins here and there that you'll see, but a lot of these drivers have had experience and are very talented indeed. We've seen a lot of these guys at Stars Championship Series events, and SCUSA Winter Tour, SCUSA Pro Tour, US PKS events earlier on in the season. So for a regional series, it's a fairly high level of competition here. About 12 karts signed up for this one this weekend, as you can see the MPG trio leading the way onto, like you were saying, one of the more iconic corners in American karting, the banking at the back of the tracks. They make their way onto what is considered the old section of the track. It gets a lot more tight and technical than what is the new section at the back end of the facility. See there, Fighting Sure. Leading the way from the MPG trio, Austin Taylor in the back of that, and Will, that 210 MPG machine, does go purple in the early stages of this session.
Yeah, 12 drivers here this weekend. The 204 of Austin Taylor out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Bo Laser in the 208. Will Feidinger in the 210. Ario Barr in the 213. James Fox for Top Kart USA in the 222. Rhett Johnson in the 233 out of Columbia, Illinois. Clayton Stiles, Diesel Maxwell, Daniel Dragunov, Dominic Gaddis, Christopher Heinzen, and Colton Gross, the 12 drivers with us here this weekend. And again, this track, we talked about it, but they have different layouts here as well, week after week at Whiteland, Indiana, at the now K1 circuit. So we'll take you around a lap here. This, I should say, layout, it's a little bit different than what we've seen at the IKC. So this is their, I guess, route layout, and you go through here into the straightaway. A little bit of a kink on the left, which is turn 1. Turn number 2 is the one we're coming up to now, and this is going to be one of the biggest passing zones for us here, Nate. And then you go to the very technical section, which is turn 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Again, some tight and twisty corners. So I wouldn't be surprised to see passing here, but it's definitely, I think, one of those spots where if you do try to go for a move, you might lose a lot of time trying to do so. And then you get here to turn number 8, and that's going to lead you all the way down this back straightaway to turn number 9. Again, a little bit of a slight turn chicane here, 9, 10, and then 11, our banked corner into turn number 12 now. And again, another one of the biggest passing zones that we have here. Expect to see a lot of moves through here. And then 13, 14, 15, and 16, the corners coming up next. That's just leading your run up to turn 2. So if you want to talk about biggest passing zones here, turn 2, turn 12, I think 2 of the biggest passing opportunities that we have here at this racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. And turn 7, you would be surprised. The hairpin at the back end of the circuit. When we came here for the first time, we were all thinking that's just going to be single file, especially with the straightaway coming right after that corner. But it's a favorite for people to make a lunge, a dive up the inside. So expect to see that later on today and tomorrow for racing, as Dominic Gaddis, your reigning class champion in Sportsman, currently top of the timetable, 3/10 over his MPG teammate. Few other drivers further down the list you might recognize. Daniel Dragunov got the win in the Sportsman class at the last IKC event, and you'll remember seeing him in pretty much any CKNA competition that we cover here live on Kart Chaser. He's at the top of those tables and is always a driver to look out for. Diesel Maxwell is another one who's making the step up from Kid Kart to 206 Sportsman this year. James Fox, I was interested to see how he was going to do, because he's been very dominant in the cadet classes for the Indy Karting Challenge in the past 2 races. He's currently 4 seconds off, down in 11th for the 222 Top Kart machine. So not the way he would have wanted to start his weekend, but for a driver with a ton of experience around here, expect him to find a little bit more pace in what is an incredibly tricky field.
It's definitely going to be super competitive, right? You think about the names. These are a lot of the, kind of like you mentioned before, right? We see a lot of these kids across multiple different national circuits as well at Cup Karts North America. They're set to come here next week. I know we're going to be out for the second round of the United States Pro Kart Series. Again, for those of you either here racing 2-cycle or watching on at home, not too late to register for that next weekend. They're about the 200 plus mark, I think, at this point here, Nate. So again, for those of you looking at racing next weekend out at the beautiful Trackhouse Motorplex, that's next weekend. That'll be an exciting one for us as well to go to next weekend. And then Cup Karts North America takes over K1 Circuit Whiteland. So a lot of racing action for us, a lot of stuff for us to cover as well. I know myself and yourself are going to be out at Trackhouse, so that's an exciting one for us. But again, this we're probably going to see a lot of the drivers here later on today racing on the 2-cycle side of things, racing over there, and then even some of the sportsmen as well, maybe taking the reins on some mini or micro karts when we head into the national circuit next weekend. And some change on the timing pylon, the 210 Feidinger up to the top. Best time of 56.88. Dominic Gaddis currently in second. Back to Styles, Austin Taylor, and Barr, your top 5 so far in this session. But the MPG boys rolling early on here, Nate.
Absolutely, you would expect it for their home track. They've gone quick here the past couple of years that we've gone, and they've always been favorites. To go back to your point on drivers we're going to be seeing here, obviously, in the next couple of weeks with Stars and USPKS events. Of course, those two series don't run 206, but we have seen a lot of these guys in Micro and Mini really figure it out at the front of those fields. Dominic Gaddis had a couple top 10s at the SCUSA Winter Tour over at Orlando Kart Center just a few months ago. Daniel Guerra had a national race win 2 years ago back at AMR Homestead, Miami, and we're going to see more of these drivers at Trackhouse in just a week's time and for more national events, so that'll be fun to see. But as the time starts to tick down, we will see who can try and replace Dominic Gaddis at the top of the timesheet. Only by 0.02 of a second for time being. It's going to be difficult to replace the reigning champion.
Got a good group of 4 here working their way around the racetrack. Looks to be Taylor and a couple of others there on your screen. And that's, you know, a little bit of the battling that we're expecting to see here. And, you know, I have to say as well here, Nate, later on, we're going to see a lot of the bottlenecking as well kind of go on through some of the sections that are a little bit slower. To me, early on, especially seeing those early laps, 13, 14, and 15, the section that we're coming to now, we see a lot of bottlenecking through there. Again, one of the slower corners on the racetrack that we do have. Again, to me, passing is going to be hard there, but once that you get onto that straightaway, it's just kind of setting yourself up. And, you know, we talk about it week after week, right? Whenever you do want to make passes, whenever you do look to go for a move, it's about setting up and almost playing a chess match out there. And I think, to me, at a circuit like this, that's this technical in some of the sections, and again, you do have those high-speed sections, it's just setting yourself up and putting yourself in a good position whenever you do want to get ahead and try to make a move of some sort. But again, we're going to see racing almost at the end of the day today with heat race number 1. Heat 2 goes hot tomorrow morning after the warm-up session. So for today, we have this happy hour session. Qualifying's later on today after the lunch break, which is at the end of the order when we're done with the happy hour sessions. And then we go racing later on today at about, I believe it's 150 with KA Masters for heat race number 1. So that's going to be 16 lap races, heat races, some long races that we have coming our way. So that's going to be good, and I'm sure they're going to be action-packed here as well.
Yeah, especially around here with how bumpy it is and how tight and technical it is. A bit brutal for these drivers to get through those long races, but they have to fight for it, obviously. Feidinger out at the top of the timesheets at the moment has replaced Dominic Gaddis by 0.5 tenth. Styles, Taylor, and Barr, your top 5 for the time being, as checkered flag should be out this time across the stripe. But like we've been saying, Caleb, these MPG Motorsports machines look so quick in this 206 Sportsman class. You're going to expect that for the rest of the classes they are in. I know they have a strong contingent in KA100 Sr with Austin Olds leading that charge, then with KA100 Jr, the likes of Johnny Antonino running there as well. So wouldn't be surprised to see MPG Motorsports stand on the top of the podium come Sunday, maybe once or twice. They've done it before, as checkered flag now is out for our 206 Sportsman drivers, and it's Feidinger who is fastest over Gaddis. So those two will be leading us off in qualifying for 206 Sportsman.
On the grid now, KA100 Sr getting set to roll out. 26 karts in that field there, Nate. And again, you kind of look at the names here, and it's a pretty stacked one. All right, you have a lot of local drivers, a lot of drivers up from the Midwest. And again, you look at that front row. Brandon Lemke, the driver that's on the left-hand side. You talk about him and what he's done on the national circuit. He's had a good start to his year, moving over to Speed Concepts Racing. Back with Millwright Racing here this weekend. So we'll see what the 901 can do. And again, when you see him out on the racetrack, you always expect him to be a contender for sure. So we'll be excited to see. You saw him race all last year pretty much, Nate. How was Brandon's year last year?
He's Brandon Lemke. He's impressive wherever he goes. He was really impressive at Daytona for USPKS with his opening outing for Speed Concepts Racing. How about Cash Perkins to the right side of screen? He had an impressive run at the Stars Championship Series for his first full senior season. We're going to have a lot more drivers that are going to be battling for wins. You can see Quentin McPherson just behind the light pole there. He had a race winner too in 2024 for the Route 66 Sprint Series. Other drivers of note, Shane Reddy making his senior debut this season. Ian Quinn, who you guys have talked about a lot with the Stars coverage that you've done on Kart Chaser. He's going to be one to look out for on the Steel Motorsports chassis as well. And then Adam Maxwell, another driver that calls this place home along with AMAX Racing. It's going to be one to look out for, Caleb, won't it?
Yeah, especially, and again, early on, we said it was super cold. Tire warm-up is going to be super important in this happy hour session. Obviously, one of the longer sessions that they do have, but getting yourself in good position, putting in that lap is the most important part of this session as well. Looking down, I mean, you talked about Ian Quinn. He wasn't here for practice yesterday, Nate. He showed up late, had school, and then shows up today, tries to get onto it quick. Spoke to Mark Steele last night. He was like, you know what, it's Ian Quinn. He's going to get it figured out. The new Stealth chassis are out here this weekend. They debuted on the two-cycle side of things last weekend after announcing the chassis line at the Charlotte Motor Speedway at Cup Karts North America for their national event there. And then they're back here this weekend running on the regional side. And, Mark Steele, he hopped on, the Route 66 a little bit late. Saw there was free entries for Master and Heavy to get that class started up in 206. And then later on, Ian Quinn and a couple of other customers also hopped on board. So a good showing for the Steel Motorsports tent here this weekend. But out in front, Brandon Lemke going to lead this field away for the happy hour session. Time starting to come in. And again, Cash Perkins is, I believe, second year in the senior ranks, if I'm not mistaken here, Nate. A rookie year last year for him. And then, again, a second year for Cash Perkins here finds himself trying to take the fight up to some of the top guns here at Route 66 and up in the Midwest. So we'll see how they stack up. Currently, McPherson back to Surgener, Austin Olds, who again had an impressive week last week. Said they struggled with chassis a little bit 2 weeks ago. So, and again, for them to go back to that and to come here this weekend on a KA100 package that he's been so comfortable on a racetrack that he basically, lives at, trains at, coaches at as well with MPG and their academy here. Trackside, it's going to be good for him. And then you talk about other names as well. They're also trackside, the AMAX team with Adam Maxwell. Again, a lot of names, and it's anybody's weekend. It's just whoever can get themselves into the best position, especially going into qualifying, then into the heat races as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about getting yourself into a best position for qualifying, you can see all over the track there's battling going on for people to try and find a little bit of clear air. After the first lap of trying, Brandon Lemke at the top with McPherson, Perkins, Slifer, and Austin Olds, your top five. Obviously, that's not going to show a lot of how we're going to be for qualifying, but once we come to lap 1, lap 2 of the first heat race, it kind of shows where people are on cold tires, and right now it looks like if Lemke can get pole position, he might be gone and away on the first couple of laps. There you see Austin Olds behind Oliver Gaffer is Alexander Kardashian, two drivers that have won here in the past 2 years. Austin Olds getting the win in KA Junior competition back in 2023. Kardashian getting a win in KA Senior. There's Eli Fox as well for the New Gen guys, another team that is based out of here, along with Top Kart USA. A lot of representation. It's cool to see the amount of teams that call Whiteland Raceway Park home. And glad that they are here for our opening round of the season. There you see the 901 of Brandon Lemke, the multi-time national, regional, and club level champion, making his way through the oval corner at this point for Millwright Racing. A new graphics package for them this season. He was quick all day, Caleb, and left a lot of the senior guys wondering how do we catch up to the back end of that 901.
Yeah, and again, you kind of look at the timing pylon here on the left-hand side of your screen. 2 tenths back to Austin Old, then you have Kardashian, Eli Fox about 7 tenths back, and again, it starts to move. Perkins up to second now, McPherson up to third. And we talked about the names, the busy schedules of these drivers. Eli Fox, I mean, we were able to speak with him this past week on Tuesday on our episode of KC Grid Talk, and he was telling us Sunday, tomorrow, as soon as the day's over, he's going to go race some dirt ovals later on in the weekend. So he's going to go straight to that. And he's been super busy all year long, racing for different teams, different engine packages, as well as the shifters with the Factory Fury GP team as well, based out of Indiana. So he's been super busy, and again, adjusting to everything. And we actually got we're able to talk to him, and again, if you want to hear what he had to say about adjusting to different chassis, check out our social media page at kart.chaser and look at that clip as well, an interesting one. And again, great talking to him, and as well to Charlie Steins, who I believe is going to be here tomorrow, just kind of popping in and out, watching some, enjoying some racing. So we'll see how they get on. But yeah, on the track now, continue to work around. Mecpherson back in 8th. He's just right behind Perkins, I believe. And they're trying to push their way through. So we'll see how they stack up. We'll see what else they got left in it here, Nate, in the closing stages of this happy hour session.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexander Kardashian now going to the top of the pylon by 9 thousandths of a second. It's the age-old battle here at Route 66 of Kardashian versus Lemke. They have history between the two of them, so looking forward to potential battle between the 955 and the 901. Ian Quinn has found pace. He is third. Brandon Lemke, though, going back to the top of the pylon. Quentin McPherson up into third now, is looking down the order. Cash Perkins within that top 10. Lucas Klemek and Shane Reddy, two Minnesota natives there. Inside the top 10 is Oliver Gaffer making his senior debut up into the top 10. That is a big lap for the 916 machine. A lot of big names at the front of the field, and some drivers kind of sneaking their way into this top 10 fight. It'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that. Further down the pack, Adam Maxwell hasn't had the best of luck here the past couple years. He's down in 16th with some time to find. You also have the likes of Cale Zimmerman, who Caleb has been so impressive in 206 competition. He's been struggling a little bit in the KA side of things, but that's what they're running route for, to try and get that all figured out, as yellow flags are in the air in the back section of the circuit as time starts to wind down here for KA100 Sr.
A little bit of movement here on our timing charts. Quinn up to third, Olds, and everybody getting that little bit closer to Lemke. Kardashian's up to second, McPherson up to fifth. So time's starting to definitely come in as the tires start to come alive here in the closing stages. Olds in the 950, they're in fourth as well. So the top five definitely looking a lot closer than it looked like in the early stages. Looks like Brandon was definitely able to get his stuff fired up early on and just be 2/10 quicker. Again, that's now at hundredths of second in between himself and Kardashian as they work their way through the back section. There's Eli Fox, Ian Quinn. And again, we expected that corner to be one of the biggest passing zones. You're seeing it there with Quinn and Fox. And those two, again, have been close. Both shifter drivers working their way into KA100 racing action here this weekend at the Route 66. And some change up at the top. Kardashian, your quickest driver in the happy hour session. Back to Lemke, Olds, Quinn, and Perkins, your top five. Fox just falling outside of it. So, again, that pretty much sets them up quite nicely, especially if you're inside of the top five. That sets you up quite nicely getting out there against, with some of the fast drivers like Kardashian, like Lemke. And again, whenever we get in a heat racing action, it's not going to be too much working together. But when you get into qualifying, it's just making sure you're getting comfortable laps and getting some fast laps in to start at the point of the field.
Yeah, and how about top three being covered by less than a 1/10 of a second between Kardashian, Lemke, and Olds. There you can see Ian Quinn, who currently finds himself in fourth behind Eli Fox, the two shifter drivers like you were saying, Caleb. Eli has been out here for a route in the Indiana races for quite some time, so glad to see him back with the new gen guys. Alexander Kardashian, your current fastest kart on track. You can see him on the new for 2025 EOS livery that OTK has updated for this season. Just in front of him, Austin Olds, still within that 1/10 of a second bracket of the 955 and the reigning series champion in KA100 Sr. Looking further back, Perkins, McPherson, Fox, Klemek, Reddy, all of those drivers have been consistently inside the top 10 for this happy hour session. So we'll see if those guys can maintain pace into qualifying. If we see a couple more drivers that find something on their piece to be able to get their kart further up the field. But one thing you have to say is just how tight this pack is. Top 10 covered by 0.6 of a second in some pretty cold and tricky conditions.
Yeah, the pack here is super compact, especially whenever they are racing the pro karts, if you want to say. But last night, Nate, we had the all-star race here with the rental karts here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland, and that field was very spread out yesterday. If you want to talk about that, I believe I'm not sure who was the winner at the end of it, but it was tricky. It was raining, it was pouring, and the layout was a little bit different. It was almost cut in half. You got rid of the back section. We saw some good racing action and some not so good one as well.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the bad action. We'll focus on the good for that, but that was a really fun turnout, especially for that all-star race. Braden Johnson winning that and the mechanics race, and then Brandy Maxwell winning the powder puff. So it was a sweep of the weekend for AMAX Racing for those guys. But we had a pretty stacked field for that all-star race. Cale Zimmerman in that, Austin Jers, Austin Old, Shane Reddy, a lot of the drivers that you'll see at the top of the pylons for their respective classes were in that. And it was a lot of fun. It was in the wet, dry tires and rental karts. It was kind of a recipe for disaster. So a huge shout out to K1 Circuit Whiteland for having confidence in us to be able to go racing there. And yeah, a ton of fun, just kind of how we do things here at Route 66, not just focusing on the on-track action, but the off-track stuff as well. We'll have more info on what we're doing later tonight. We have some fireworks that we'll be doing as well. So
the cookouts tonight as well, right?
Tonight as well. We got the fun zone and the back 40 there. So a lot to do for drivers when they're off-track as well here.
No, I mean, it's fun, right? I showed up yesterday late, flew in at about 3, and then rock up to the track, and the first thing I tell Trevor, I'm like, dude, there's a bouncy house here. Like, this is, I think, some of the coolest stuff that I've seen out of a series and what they put into it. So seeing that, I haven't gone into the bouncy house. Maybe later on tonight at the cookout. Myself and Nate will dabble into that. I hear there's a cornhole tournament tonight as well. I may partake in that. I'm not too bad at cornhole. I may go in for that, so we'll see that later on. How's your cornhole game, Nate?
It's 50-50 sometimes. It just depends on the day. But speaking more into the bouncy house thing, Kyle Cuthbertson, who was initially supposed to be doing commentary with us, he was sad he couldn't make it here, and we mentioned that there was bouncy houses, and in our group chat, he was mad that he could not come this weekend when he found out there was bouncy houses. So we'll be hearing more from him for the later rounds of the championship. And that being said, absolutely an honor to be commentating alongside you, Caleb, of course, for this round. But more happy hour action underway next. I believe we'll have our 206 juniors on track shortly.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
So welcome back to K1 Circuit. Whiteland 206 Jr on track now for their happy hour session. A lot of talented drivers in the field for this one. 369 getting a slow start there out of the pit exit. Not how you want to be starting off your session, but 17 drivers in 206 Junior this weekend. Caleb, this is always the one to watch. When we come to K1 Circuit, Whiteland, it always produces really good 206 racing, and adding the juniors into it with that little bit of unpredictability that junior racing always brings. It's kind of the class to watch whenever we come here. A lot of quick drivers, though. Caleb, you have the entry list open. Who catches your eye from this field?
So again, we've seen a lot of these drivers across the year. Trophy next to the name. Brady Shad, reigning champ at 365 out of Plymouth, I believe, Wisconsin. Is that in Wisconsin? My geography's not all too good. That's what it says on the entry list, so that better be right.
That's what I go off of.
Brady Shad there for Millwright Racing, Precision Performance Karting, and Lawson Speed Shop here this weekend. That's the reigning champ in this series. A couple of other names: Christopher Yaltzi with Steel Motorsports, Burrell Art, powered by Kart City Performance. Sam Tutwiler, another name that we've said a lot this year already at CKNA with Steel Motorsports, Stealth Burrell Art, and Lawson Speed Shop. Alyssa Eddy out of Eddy Motorsports and Burrell Art racing over with PSL on the national circuit. She raced a whole lot last year. I believe either family member or younger brother, Colin Eddy, racing here this weekend. So good to see the Eddy family out here this weekend and racing. Lucian Laser out here as well with New Gen Motorsports. Again, a lot of these names very familiar that we've said already this year on 206 Racing action so far. That driver that had issues early on, the 369 with New Gen Motorsports, Nolan Wade was that driver, and he was able to get back going. So again, just tricky conditions to get this one started here in 8, and good to see that driver able to get going early on. Times starting to come in a little bit. Tutwiler at the top, Yutzi back to Domont, Eddie Gaffer, your top 5, back to Benjamin Patton, and again, I start talking, and it starts changing, right? Brady Shad back up to the top. Fiber, Tutwiler, Leroy, and Yutzi, your top 5 so far. So this is going to be a good class for 206 Junior. I believe the move up as well for Alyssa Eddy this year in the 300. She was over on the cadet categories last year, now up to the junior side of things here this year. So good to see Alyssa out there on the racetrack, and again, her rookie year racing this year in junior racing action.
Yeah, she'll be one to look out for in terms of the rookies for this year. Like you were saying, older brother Colin Eddy is still on the podium a couple of times already last season, so he'll be hoping to do a couple spots better this year. The only issue for those two is they are very similar on pace, at least yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see for the Eddy Motorsports team with Mark Steele Motorsports this weekend. But out in front, you can see Sam Tutwiler, Braden Dilmont, Christopher Yutzi out at the front of this field. These guys are going to be the ones to look out for. Sam Tutwiler always goes really well around here. Braden Dilmont is one of the drivers I will definitely be having my eye on. Hasn't been doing karting for that long now. I think this is 3rd or 4th year and 2nd full season in the junior ranks, and has been able to run with some of the best drivers in 206 junior competition. So he's definitely a pick for me. And then obviously we have a ton of Whiteland locals that we'll have to look out for. Evan Patton being one of them. He's down 11th right now. Struggling just a little bit with pace, but of course, still got this session qualifying, and then as long as you're there on Sunday where the points pay and the trophies are handed out, it's all that really matters.
Yeah, that's what matters, though, right? But also, I really believe that in the heat races, to put yourself in a good position, get those points, I think heat racing action is where you get those championship points, right, Nate? You kind of look at that, and that's really the difference. You can win races, and yeah, that's going to add a whole lot to it, but the heat races, to me, hold that little bit of importance whenever you are looking for those last couple of points to put yourself ahead in the championship. So it all matters here, right? Going out there on the racetrack, maximizing every session, and doing the best. Putting yourself in a good spot every session, to me, is also one of the important parts here. But it's a busy year for you guys at Route 66. Obviously, we start here, and the rest of the schedule goes on as we move throughout the Midwest and move throughout. This is my biggest thing. I've always, the name's obviously Route 66. Do we actually move through Route 66 with the series?
We don't. We finally go to a state that actually has Route 66 in it when we head to Norway Motorsports Park in Illinois. We were kind of missing that in the past 2 years with following the same schedule of Wisconsin and Indiana tracks, but finally validating the name just a little bit this season.
I mean, for us over, obviously in Texas, the Texas Sprint Racing Series, we're on Route 66 when we go to Amarillo at the end of May, actually. That's going to be a busy one for us. So we're actually, on Route 66 for you guys, just dabbling around here and there around it. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. Obviously, you guys are going to Norway. I believe Road America, is that another one for you guys? And then Badger, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, so we got Road America next up, Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Then we're heading to Norway Motorsports Park for the first time since 2019. A lot of hype around that race. A lot of locals that have been running with the series for a long time have been on us saying we gotta go to Norway Motorsports Park, and we're finally going in 2025, and then finishing up the season at the spiritual home of Route 66 Sprint Series at Badger Kart Club Millwright Raceway at the end of the season. A nice calendar for us this season, and maybe a bit more change in 2026, but it's the only first race of the year, so we'll leave that for later. One driver having his rear bumper falling off in this session, so that's obviously not how you want to be opening your day up, Kayla. But looking at the time sheets, Feber going fastest at the moment. Brady Schad will be another driver to look out for as well. He's fast whether he's at regional or national competition. Sam Tutwiler, Braden Domon, and Christopher Utsi, your provisional top 5.
Brady Schad's been another one of those drivers that you remember the name from what he's done over in on national series over at CKNA. So it's exciting to see him out here this weekend as well, racing some 206 Junior on this side of things. First of all, Nate, seeing this racetrack out of the ones that we are going to, you're obviously up, I think, further up from Minnesota, I believe. Is that correct?
Yep.
With, from the tracks, what are you kind of most exciting of seeing this year, of going to or going back to as well this year for you guys here on Route 66?
I think it has to be Norway. I mean, we've been to Whiteland, Road America, and Dousman the past 3 seasons. Norway is the first change we've had since Chris Kardashian took over the series, the first new track that we'll be having. Like I said, we just have a ton of drivers that are based out of Norway Motorsports Park in that Illinois region that are super excited to be going back to a track that used to be a staple of the Route 66 Sprint Series calendar year on year in the early 2010s, and then obviously falling a little bit into disrepair, and then with new owners who have really brought that track back to life. So thankful for them and how much of a help they've been for the series so far, and glad to be going back and racing there at a track that I've raced at before. It is so much fun, is Norway Motorsports Park. But you can see here Brady Schad, though, on track, back to the on-track action, getting past junior rookie Alyssa Eddy. Schad currently finding himself a 10th.5 back from Feber, so that Millwright Racing Coyote needing a little bit more time at the moment to try and challenge for pole, but checker flag coming out now. He's only going to get one more shot across the line there. You can see checker flag in the air. You'll see Sam Tutwiler, Braden Domon, Christopher Utsi coming across the line. No one really improving. Domon improving by a couple hundredths there, but it's kind of interesting, Caleb, in cold conditions that times aren't evolving so much throughout the session that you're kind of stalling midway through and unable to get another lap time down from the rest of the field. So at the moment, Jack Feber looking like he's going to be leading us off for qualifying.
Coming up next, your Micro Swift drivers here in a couple of minutes. Actually, I think right after all these drivers work their way in, we're going to move into our Mini Swift category. And again, looking at the timing sheets, you look at it all the way down to 17. I believe those are the drivers that we do have here today. So a couple of movers in that one as we look on to our Micro Swift, I believe was what I had said earlier. 11 drivers in this field. Austin Taylor, the number 1 with MPG Motorsports, Kart Republic, and Lawson Speed Shop. Obviously on the 206 side of things, out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Liam 4 in the number 4 in the I believe it's an OTK for the number 4 that's getting set to work his way out. And indeed, that's it looks like a Tony kart there on the right-hand side of your screen. Lawrence Jorgensen in the number 7. Back to James Fox with Top Kart USA. Diesel Maxwell, double duty for him this weekend in Micro, running the number 14 for A Max Racing. You go back to the 18 of Harrison Apel, Cameron Apel as well, the 18 and 24 machines. Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt, Bella Brinkham, and Grant Heckman, your 11 drivers getting set to take the field here and getting set to go out for their happy hour sessions here early on. And again, you were talking about the tire warm-up for the cadet categories, obviously smaller tires to get heat into, but issues for one driver, one of the MPG Academy drivers, it looks like the 87, or 97, sorry, Grant Heckman, with just issues getting started, and he's able to work his way out onto the racetrack now, so good to see him going. Taylor's going to lead this field away, though.
Yeah, Grant Heckman moving up to the cadet classes this year, a reigning Kid Kart champion from 2024, and just as out of view for us, going for a little bit of a spin out of one of the penultimate corners. So just reaffirming what Caleb and I were saying about tire warm-up and how crucial it is around here, especially with how cold it is. Austin Taylor was a driver who was fast in 206 Sportsman warm-up, so expect to see him further up in the field and holding on the top of that timesheet. Liam 4, who we're used to seeing more in the 4-cycle side of things with the 206 Sportsman. Looks like he's going for a full season of 2-cycle racing in this Micro category. He's a driver as well to look out for. But time starting to roll in as they get their first lap time across the timing and scoring beacon. It is Austin Taylor, Liam 4, and Dylan Braun, provisional top 3.
Again, following the series along last year, Nate, you have been the voice of the series for quite some time now. Last year, who was the driver that impressed you the most, overall in this Micro Swift class last year, and who are drivers that are moving up, and who are you kind of looking out for? What are some of the storylines in this class, especially?
Yeah, I think you have to look at 2 MPG Motorsports drivers of Austin Taylor and Dylan Braun, who we had a very stacked Micro Swift class last year, but a couple of those drivers that were at the front of the field moving up to Mini for 2025. So it allows some of these Micro drivers a chance to shine at the front of the field. So obviously watch out for Austin Taylor and Dylan Braun. Braun, of course, getting a Badger State Challenge Championship last season. That's the best driver across the 2 Wisconsin races. So we'll have to especially keep an eye on him when it comes to the Road America and Millwright Raceway rounds later on in the year. But Braun currently in 3rd at the moment, and the other driver to keep an eye on, like I said, Taylor at the front of this field by 0.4 of a second over Liam 4. Is Bo Wyatt, though, moving his way up into 2nd, 0.03 off of the number 1 MPG Motorsports kart that you see on screen there of Austin Taylor.
Dylan Braun's able to improve, goes up to the top of 55.629 last time by for the 37. Again, that driver continuing to improve as he works his way around, and we'll see how they stack up. Again, this is just kind of setting them up for the qualifying session, the happy hour, just that last little bit of practice that they get. So for us, it's just kind of about keeping you guys entertained, watching on at home. Wherever you guys are watching, let us know in our live chat. Let us know where you guys are watching, in the paddock, in the trailer, at home, sitting down, enjoying from wherever you guys may be. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to be here as well. Obviously, my first route race. Excited to be up in the Midwest. Not excited about the weather. We talked about that earlier on today. And again, I'd like to be joining for more route events. I'd like to go try some cheese up in Wisconsin. That'd be nice. I know they're known for their cheese curds up there as well. But we'll see. What do you guys have out in Minnesota besides snow?
Got cornfields. That's about it, man. But yeah,
a lot of nothing.
We got sports teams that disappoint us year in and year out, and apart from that, it's a whole lot of nothing out in Minnesota. But yeah, glad to have you here. Wish it could be a little bit warmer. Of course, you do a lot of the TSRS announcing. It's a little bit nicer for those events when you go to those. Apart from
I feel like there's a happy median, right? Because for some races, obviously the first round of our season was super cold. It was, I think, a little bit colder than this, and it was raining. And then we're going to Amarillo, which is, out in all the way to the west. So that's going to be hot. So I'm almost, I think when I'm there and it's 90 plus degrees, is hitting 100 in late May in the thick of the summer, I'm going to wish that I'm here in 40, 60 degree weather, and enjoying some cloud coverage. So there's a happy median. I like this for now, right? And then when I get back, be 90 degrees, and it just depends on how I'm feeling that certain day. But I like the cold. It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, the cold is nice. Obviously not like speed sports levels for round 1 of TSRS. Yeah. I was happy to have my space heater and blanket watching on there. I had a few friends that were racing that and were not having a very fun time with the weather. But a little bit more bearable this time around. Jacket and some long pants will do you just fine for what we have. And then once the sun comes out, it should be a little bit more bearable into that mid-60s here today, coming later on in the afternoon. On track, though, Diesel Maxwell and James Fox, 2 drivers that call this place home, currently battling out ever so slightly. Diesel Maxwell in 9th, Fox in 8th. Those two about 2.8 and 4.3 seconds off the pace being set by MPG Motorsports' Austin Taylor as they continue to go around for their happy hour session. Diesel Maxwell rocking the Mohawk this weekend on that 14 AMAX machine. Lovely to see on board his LN machine. He's been doing some other racing outside of regional and club level. He was at the opening round of the United States Pro Kart Series at Daytona. Struggled a little bit that weekend, but of course going from Kid Kart to Micro is a huge jump, and it's quite difficult. So hopefully we see Diesel find a little bit more pace towards the end of this season here in 2025.
I see, obviously, the comments coming in on our live chat. Checking in from Maryland for you guys as well. Good to see you guys. Sad that it's raining out there. Simon Jack Racing, watching from the paddock. He's actually going to be racing later on today in the Mini Swift side of things. So good to see that. Fandry Daniels Racing for Tori Daniels. That's, I don't think, here this weekend, but watching out of Joliet, Illinois. And then Christopher Yahtzee, says Grandma, watching from the train in Belgium. So you see, this has actually been, for the Yahtzee family, this has actually been a big debate for us as well. I believe I've been corrected on this, which is why I said Yahtzee, but I was told by insiders here that it was Yahtzee. So good for that correction, and good that I'm right, because I'm always right. Isn't that right?
Yeah, you tell yourself that, Caleb. Anyway, early on in the morning, it's already kicking off. Micro Swift, like you can see on screen, continuing to make their way on the rounds on track. Again, if you like what you're seeing, be sure to subscribe to KC Premium to get all of the on-track action later on in the day, today and tomorrow, for the racing and the finals. There you can see, though, Mark Steele on grid, waiting and ready to go for 206 Masters Happy Hour. We saw Mark at one race last year at Newcastle Motorsports Park in the 206 Senior ranks, and he got a top 3 against some of the really talented drivers we have in the 206 Senior ranks here at Route 66. So he's going to be one of those drivers that will most likely be a benchmark for the 30 drivers signed up for 206 Masters. We'll see how many actually take to the track. Of course, with it being cold conditions and a lot of Whiteland locals, I think we lost a couple, unfortunately. But what is scheduled to be our largest class on the weekend is shortly going to be taking to the track for a warm-up.
And that's one of the biggest stories as well from the weekend. Again, coming together, we saw an announcement that was posted by Route 66 trying to get that 206 Masters and Heavy class started up. So what do they do, Nate? They gave out free entries to everybody who did sign up and register. So we have a strong field in that Heavy and Masters category. 30 karts here this weekend. The 600 of Danny Cutshaw, Kyle Landon, Tommy Stevens, Jason Irvin, Jeremy Moe, Travis Wover, Brent Vincent, Tom Harleman. I believe I saw on his Facebook that he's going to be joining us Sunday morning with one practice session, out on vacation right now, and going to be joining us at the end of the weekend. We'll see what Tom can do. Again, we saw him at the Indy Karting Challenge having a good couple of races, so we'll see what the 618 has in store for us come tomorrow morning. Chris Slinden in the 619. Jamie Bradford on the MGM chassis is racing here this weekend. Troy Toney back to Wesley Bullock. Jesse Bullock, Mark Steele, again, he's been wicked fast all weekend long on his Stealth chassis, powered by Lawson Speed Shop. Scott Amble back to Matthew Burpo, Joe Stevens, Jared Spensel, Eric Spilling, Willie McLaughlin, William Schaefer. Austin Fairfield makes his return to karting with the MPG Academy boys. Brian Williams, Chad King, Richard Lemasters, Melvin Gotzi, I'm going to butcher that name. I'm not going to say it. David Galonia, Alex Cooper, and Tyler Van Deman. Your 30 drivers getting set to take the green flag here this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's the debut of this class for Route 66 competition. Bringing it in for the 2025 season. Didn't have a lot of traction when we initially opened it up. So Chris Kardashian, Tim Coyan, two of the higher-ups here at Route 66 deciding, you know what, we have a strong local field here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Why not give these drivers a taste of what Route 66 is like? And you can see them all filing onto track, and it just doesn't stop when you think it will. Drivers struggling already for tire temp, one of the AMAX machines around in the final couple of corners there, but it's going to be a difficult one to manage in terms of traffic and trying to get a lap down to get yourself higher up on the field for qualifying order. We'll see who does it the best, as there is a huge contingent that you'll love to see in this 206 Masters field, Caleb.
Yeah, again, a lot of drivers, a lot of names that are familiar to us here throughout the entry list. And again, we talked about it earlier on today. It's about putting yourself in a good position to put in a good lap. And, there's still tire warm-up going on here early on. You see all that slipping and sliding out in front. Mark Steele leading his contingent away. I believe one of the new gen motorsports, or I could be mistaken. Jamie Bradford, the driver right behind him. Just getting some intel now, the 656, actually Dakota Pesek now here joining us today. So 30 drivers total here, Nate, and again, going to be super exciting to see Pesek up to third. So a good start in the opening laps, and again, nothing relative as of yet. The more and more laps that we put in, we're going to start seeing it come in. And Mark Steele, obviously the first driver out on track, so we're going to see it from him whenever he does start to feel that those tires start to warm up.
I will say Dakota Pesek did not practice at all yesterday, and I can't tell you the last time he was in a kart. For him to go half a second off of Jamie Bradford on his first attempt is wild. For those who have been around the Route 66 paddock for a while will know the name Dakota Pesek. He's won multiple races in Yamaha Senior and KA100 Sr back in 2016 to about 2019, and was one of Top Kart's go-to drivers back in those days. So it is awesome to have Dakota Pesek back in the paddock for 2025. Yellow flags flying in a couple of spots. One driver up and on the barriers before turn 2. But looking back at the timing sheets, Pesek moves up one more spot. He's only 300ths off of Mark Steele on that Stealth chassis, leading the way for these Masters drivers. Austin Fairfield, like we mentioned, making his return to karting, down in 5th for the time being. David Galonia, a driver who is incredibly fast at Newcastle Motorsports Park, down 8/10 and in 8th spot, down 5/10, as more drivers having issues. It's the 659 machine out on track trying to get his Burrell Art refired. That doesn't seem like it's going to work.
That's the second driver with issues. Here's the other one, just coming into the pits now. That's the 612 with issues there of Travis Wilburn. The other was the 659 that we talked about earlier. That was Michael Schaefer. Two drivers with issues that are going to be out of the session early. I believe Schaefer was trying to get his Burrell Art machine refired, and I think he was able to get that refired. He's just about at turn number 3, that right-hander, and he was able to get back going. But again, looking out on the racetrack here, Nate, there's a couple of sections that I think that make this track just that little bit characteristic. You have the Rhino liner, obviously, in turn number 2, comes into turn 3, as well as the Titan technical sections. And the only corner that really doesn't have that Rhino liner, I feel like, is that last corner, which would be 13, if I'm not mistaken, or 16, 17, or around there. Turn 16. My mistake. Turn 16, the only one that doesn't have that Rhino liner section. So that makes that racetrack characteristic. Have you driven this racetrack in recent times?
I have not. No.
So we're flying blind here. We're going to have to, during the lunch break, go down and talk to some of the drivers, talk about how this racetrack's, feeling. And again, seeing it turn 16, looks like it's a slight bump through there, but it's very, to me, it seems like one of those tracks, speaking from, talking to drivers who have driven here and who have been here, they say it's a very, very physical racetrack. So for those that are either here for the first time or racing back in the seat for a long time, this is definitely one of those ones that's probably going to beat you up a little bit in the first couple of sessions as you get used to it and get used to driving it again because of the high grip levels that we do have here at times. But again, super cold today, so we're not going to see that. I think maybe more of next week whenever you have the entire CKNA crowd work their way out here to K1 Circuit Whiteland.
Yeah, absolutely. And we used to see a couple times in the past few years some senior drivers doing double duty between 206 Senior and KA100 Sr. That's kind of stopped just with how physical this track is on your body and drivers just electing to do one class or the other. We see more juniors do it, but they have a bit more energy than the senior drivers do anyway, so they were able to get away with it. Looking back at the timesheets, look at Austin Fairfield moving his way up into second, just a hundredth off of Jamie Bradford, who gets replaced by Scott Hampel in the 641 machine. Then it's Galona, Bradford, Fairfield, and Steele, your provisional top fives. Dakota Pesic, who showed some early pace, now 6/10 off the field now in that 656 machine. Currently finds himself ninth, but of course, like I was saying, Caleb, this is his first session he's ever done here. So for him to be at that pace right now is very impressive.
And again, right, a top 10 in a field that just came together last minute. That's super stacked. Some seats that came together last minute as well. That's very impressive for that driver. There's a 669 of Austin Fairfield working his way through with the MPG Academy. He raced a lot last year in the Indy Karting Challenge and what was the KA side of things. He was doing some KA racing and now moves up to the 206 side of things. He's been exciting. Said he was nursing his stuff around, but not driving like it. Just trying to make sure the chassis doesn't crack anymore for him. But he's excited to be out here and spoke to him yesterday and the entire MPG crew, and he was just ready to get racing here after some good time out of the seat.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be fun to see what he can do. A lot of drivers that we usually see more on the wrenches and not racing as much taking to the track this weekend. So should be fun for them. It's going to be fun for us to call indeed, as some drivers taking to the pits already in this happy hour session. Not a lot of movement. That being said, Chris Slinden out of Minnesota, the 619 machine going P2 at the moment. Speaking with him this weekend, the field up in Minnesota doesn't really get around too much to these national and regional events, so they don't really have a baseline to put themselves against. He was just really excited to go against the likes of Golonia, Mark Steele, and some of these guys that are at the top of their game when it comes to Masters competition, to give himself that baseline, because he has been dominant out in Minnesota. He was saying to me, I don't know if everyone's just I'm on a different level than everyone out there, or if I'm actually at the pace of these guys. So it'll be fun to watch Chris and what he can do out there. I've been able to do some racing with him on the 206 side of things. He's an incredible driver to race against, so he's definitely going to be another driver to look out for in our long list of drivers we've been adding to that.
When was the last time you actually were able to get behind the wheel, Nate?
last year at some club events, I did a Friday practice for a friend at Dousman last year for Route 66. So
Nice.
that was a busy weekend between photos, social media, and announcing. But, you know, I haven't done a Route 66 event since about 2019, 2018. Not a lot of drivers staying on since then in the senior field. A lot of them moving on to other things and whatnot, but still the same spirit of Route 66 continues out here as Scott Hamble resets fast time.
That's one thing that, you know, has been super cool of coming in here, right? It's a very good atmosphere around the paddock, just walking around and seeing. That's always one of the good things, especially at, you know, the smaller races like this, the grassroots side of things, the regional side of things. It's super good, super healthy, and a super healthy environment as well for everybody out there. We talked about Pesek, a last-minute entry, the 6:56 out of the session early and in 12th. So he's going to hope that whatever problem they have on that Top Kart USA chassis, they get that figured out before we get into qualifying action. But still working around. Bradford out there with Mark Steele. They continue to work their way through. Mark Steele in about third. Jamie Bradford's up to second. So those two drivers, again, they're working well together, and that's exactly what I think we're probably going to see later on in the qualifying sessions, just putting themselves in a good position and putting good laps. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, second and third, respectively, for Bradford and Mark Steele as we get to the closing stages of this happy hour session. I believe checkered flag about to go out here soon. And again, these happy hour sessions, some of the longer sessions, so just that gives you a really good marker when it comes down to race pace and what else you're missing to make your stuff last that good while.
Yeah, absolutely. His checkered flag should be coming out in a few seconds, like you said there, Caleb. This is also huge for 206 racing for another reason, to find your drafting partner. If you ever watch NASCAR races at Talladega, Daytona, they talk about it so much of finding the drivers who you work with. Well, same thing goes for these 206 classes here. Just finding your way between some drivers, finding out who you're quicker than, who's better as a pusher, as a leader. So those drivers will be figuring that out in this session as the checkered flag does fall. Top three within 0.03 of a second, Caleb. So this is going to be fun for qualifying as the entire field is pretty stacked up on top of each other. 4:10 separate the top 10 for these 206 Masters drivers.
A little bit of a break in the action, a break for us on our side as well. We'll be right back with more.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
So welcome back to K1 Circuit Whiteland. We're almost done with our happy hour sessions as our mini Swift drivers are out on track to get a grip at what it is like on this cold morning here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. Very windy too as well. Caleb had to run out there and replace a few feather flags overnight. A couple of them took some irreplaceable damage, so that wasn't too fun earlier on in the morning, but the clouds are starting to give way to the sun. Should be warming up soon here for these drivers and teams out in the paddock. There you can see Will Fightinger, another driver who we talked about earlier on in the day, and the 206 Sportsman side of things. He'll be one to look out for. Caleb, a lot of talent in this field that we see both regionally and nationally. Cameron Johnson, who has been very quick at the United States Pro Kart Series and the Stars Championship Series. One of those drivers that is able to qualify really well, but just has been struggling a little bit with race pace.
Got a win here last year as well, I believe, right? Again, coming back to a track that he's super comfortable with. Spoke to his mom yesterday. They've been, moving around all preseason back with Franklin Motorsports. They were running with Parolin earlier on in the year. He's been, getting himself into a little bit of everything. And I believe last year at Badger, his mom, also a skydiver. She flew in to that race, and landed in there for the national anthem. So that was pretty cool and cool to see from the Johnson family as well.
Yeah, that was fun to see. I think that was a couple years ago. We got the offer, the Carter Pease, who used to do commentary with, to do that a couple of times, and we both said absolutely not to that one.
I'm not. Did Cameron's mom race in the Powder Puff race yesterday?
I don't think she did. I didn't see her.
Okay, so that surprised me, right? Because she was telling me a little bit that skydiving, isn't that scary. It's a lot safer than driving sometimes. And then she said she wasn't sure about racing in the Powder Puff race, which kind of surprised me. If you can go out there and skydive and fall thousands of feet from an airplane and not go in there and race, we're gonna have to go and kind of talk about that later on as well. But I'm sure we'll catch up with her on that as well. A couple of other drivers here today. A couple of familiar names for myself as well. Simon Klein out of Oklahoma. He's racing here this weekend on his KR machine. There's Cameron Johnson working his way around on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine. So good to see, a good number of drivers here. And you talked about the drivers who have moved up in the field and moved up from classes. Danny O'Gara, one of the ones that stands out with Top Kart, I believe, here this weekend. And he goes up to the timing charts. Dominic Gaddis, he's with the MPG Academy. And again, more and more names here. Fightinger, Dragunov, Tsupka, Styles, Wiley, Johnson. Obviously, you talked about Klein and some more, but 13 karts total here. 14, I should say. My apologies. The driver in 13th, I was actually, I think it was, I'm not even going to try to say it again because I forgot the pronunciation of the 119. I believe that's Eric. And again, I said it earlier, got it right, but now I forgot it, so.
Yeah, we have resident Wisconsinite Emily Lemke in the booth for us, so she'll be helping us out this season with a couple of those name pronunciations. Talking about some other storylines in this class, you can see Danny O'Gara, who went to the top of the timesheet along with Cameron Johnson, as O'Gara gets replaced. A lot of previous class champions in this field so far. Dominic Gaddis, Danny O'Gara, both of them picking up class championships last season. Slayton Baldock has won Mini Swift in the past. Cameron Johnson is going to be out for revenge this year, winning 3 main events last season and coming up short in the championship fight to Tucker Trebe, who's moving up into KA100 Jr this season with Hote's driver development. So Cameron, in his final season of cadet racing, is surely going to be looking to try and get that title before it is too late for them. Just behind him on track, Danny O'Gara, who goes on so well here at Whiteland Raceway Park, especially on that Top Kart machine, will be a driver we'll be watching all weekend, both in the 2- and 4-cycle side of things. Of course, his parents, Sarah and Andy O'Gara, owned this track for the past few years before giving it away and selling it to K1 just a few months ago, and they've done such an amazing job to bring this facility back up to what it used to be and really modernizing it in the past few years.
And you talk about the history of this place as well. There's a picture here from, I believe, 1965, if I'm not mistaken. I believe, national landmark here, Nate. You know more about that than I do. But again, to see the history of this track and the revitalization of it with the O'Gara family and now, the continued growth. There's, I believe, expansion plans as well for this place. So that's all exciting stuff for us to see and exciting for us to be a part of here as well. I know all of us are super excited. And, we're busy. We're at K1 Circuit Whiteland this weekend and K1 Circuit over in California. So it's a busy week for our crew and for all of us. So huge shout out to our crew over in California. And also in Ohio, I believe you were talking about Kyle Cuthbertson. He's out there at the MCC Pro-Am this weekend. So busy week for us here at Kart Chaser. But we're excited for it. We're happy about it. And, we're going to see a whole lot of racing, right? We got a couple of grassroots events and then the World Championships for the K1 Circuit electric karts later on as well. So that's exciting and a lot for us to do, but we're always happy to be here. There's the 119 of, I'm going to try this again, Wojciechowski. Did I get that right? I got it right. Thank you, Emily. And always appreciated. But yeah, we talk about names that, a little bit of tongue twisters. Talk about Wisconsin as well. You guys are going on later on this year. That has a couple of interesting and difficult names to say their name. I know you're obviously from Minnesota. I don't know how much you or how good your geography is, but when we did go, obviously, I'm not even going to try to say some of the names, but like Sheboygan, very interesting one. I don't know. There's more that I'm not even gonna.
You got a lot of tongue twisters. Sheboygan, Economowalk, Menominee. I did a video with a couple of the US PKS pros last year who went to Millwright Raceway asking some of those drivers to pronounce those.
What was the other one? You said Economowalk, and then there was one more.
Menominee was another one. So go look at that.
Kind of sounds like Monopoly a little bit, I feel like.
Yeah, there's some tongue twisters in there. We got some drivers like AJ Myers and a few others to try and pronounce those names. At the very end, just had Brandon Lemke, a Wisconsinite, rattle all those off like it was nothing there. So I'm guessing a lot more drivers and family members in this paddock would have a little bit of an easier time than what the national drivers did. But that's just a fun piece of content we did last year. Dominic Gaddis, reigning class champion over in the Sportsman side, has been holding on to that fastest time as things stand right now. Cameron Johnson, Clayton Settles, Daniel Guerra, and Simon Klein, your top 5 for the time being. Not a lot of movement right now, but again, like we've seen in Mini Swift the past couple of years, a very close field, and we're going to see some good racing here come later on in the afternoon and Sunday for the second heat and the finals as time continues to tick down in this happy hour session. Another driver too, Daniel Dragunov, is a driver that we've seen at the front end of the field for 206 Sportsman categories, whether it be here at Route 66 at CK&A competition or wherever he runs, moving into the Mini Swift division. This time around, it will be definitely interesting to see what he can do. Caleb, not sure how much races you've called with Dragunov in them, but he's always been one of those drivers that has been incredibly impressive to watch.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about the Cup Karts North America and those events. That's where I've really seen Dragunov kind of come to life and see his pace really come together. So for Daniel, it's exciting to see him here on a little bit of a more comfortable environment, I should say, because whenever you do get to those national races, nerves are obviously one of the biggest things that you do face and do kind of go through, and then you get to like a little bit of a smaller scale here this weekend, and that's where you see these drivers start to flourish. That's where you see them put themselves in comfortable situations at racetracks that they know, at places that they've been. So it's good for them to dial it back a little bit as far as the nerves go, and go out there and have that confidence. And I think that's where you really see drivers start to come to life, and I think we're going to see that out of a lot of these guys that are here this weekend. Because those big national races do add a lot of pressure and do add a lot of nerves. So seeing them kind of, come to life is going to be, I think, one of the exciting things to see. And already we're seeing that a lot. Cameron Johnson has had a good start of his year. But, seeing him flourish and seeing him, get comfortable is going to be one of the biggest things. For Gaddis as well, coming back to a track that he knows that he's comfortable with, that's going to put him in a good step moving forward later on today. But that being said, checkered flag up in the air. Cameron Johnson holds on to the spot number 1 for track position when we get into qualifying action. Dominic Gaddis, Clayton Stiles, Daniel Guerin, Simon Klein, your top 5.
Just to add one more thing to your point there, Caleb, is how much confidence can do to a driver. How many times do we see on the regional and national scene drivers who are kind of there fighting for their first race win for almost years and they can't get it done, and it seems like it's going to take them a while. The second they get onto that podium or that maiden national win, the confidence levels go up and they are just consistently at the front of those fields. So we're probably going to see that with Dominic Gaddis, Daniel Dragunov, who we were talking about. Last round of the IKC, he swept the weekend in both 206 and mini classes, so obviously he has a few laps around here and has found success, so he's going to be a little bit more settled back and ready for the challenge ahead of him with a very stacked group of drivers, as just 2 more classes to go at this point, with 206 Senior heading out on track shortly.
Yeah, and finally, Nate, looking out of our commentator's box here, the sun's starting to peek out. So we always say thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, and everything else that comes included. That's a little bit of an inside joke between me and Nate. But either way, we're thankful for it all. It's good to see the sun starting to come out, so it's exciting as we wait for the rest of our drivers to hit the racetrack here. Just about 2 sessions left here on the for the practice sessions. Then we move into qualifying later on today at 12:50 p.m. local time. Central would be 11:50 for those of you watching on. For those of you here on the East Coast, nothing to worry about, 12:50. And again, just 2 sessions to go, 206 Senior and KA100 Jr. Last 2 on our order. Whenever we do get into racing action later on today for heat race number 1 at 1:50, that is going to be for KC Premium members only. So if you saw the commercial that I filmed with one of our very own, Brandon Simone, Netflix is quite expensive nowadays. Cable TV is expensive. Yada, yada, yada. Cat food, I don't know. I think I
cat food marketing, whatever it was.
I don't know why we even did that. But either way, that's more expensive. KC Premium only $9.99 a month. Become a KC Premium member today and watch all the racing action live later on today. Or you can watch it later on in the week whenever we do release it on the Wednesday, I believe. But that being said, it's going to be exciting. This class, especially, it had a really, really good showing last year. You talk about the reigning champ, Jerry Fandry, one of our own. He's back here, had a good showing at Cup Karts North America, some time away from the seat, but this year came back out, and the TB Karts out here in full force, walked over to his tent. A lot of drivers, a big contingent for him on what's a new project for Jerry, and I believe for Mr. Daniels as well, for Fandry Daniels Racing with the TB Kart team. So, best of luck to them on their new operation, and best of luck to all the racers here this weekend as well. 206 Senior, obviously we talked about the reigning champ, Jerry, and again, Kale was in this class last year racing, not racing in 206, focusing on the KA side of things, but who are some of the other drivers that have impressed you? I see Mcpherson's in this class as well. He's going to be racing. I see Brayton Zerves is in this one as well. So there's a lot of names here. But again, who in route have you seen last year especially have a good year and carry that momentum here in 2025?
So talking a little bit about past results, Brayton Zerves is kind of a toss-up for me because he doesn't do a ton of 206 racing, but the one 206 race he did do last year back at Dousman, he won by a country mile in Lorraine. So that was an impressive run for him. We'll see how he does throughout this weekend. Looking through the order, Shane Reddy has been incredibly impressive in 2025 thus far. Had an outing in the United States Pro Kart Series at Daytona. He ran at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He ran pretty much solidly inside the top 10 for the 206 Senior category throughout a very tricky weekend, a very cold weekend, kind of like what we're at. He's on a Coyote chassis for this year, making that switch from Burrell Art to Coyote, and he's been liking that thus far. He's been quick throughout the weekend. As you can see there, a little bit of jostling for position, exactly like we were talking about in 206 Masters.
And that's the biggest bottleneck that we've seen, especially that section has provided a lot of that so far throughout the weekend. And again, we're going to see a lot of that, I think, in the opening laps of those races. You see a lot of bottlenecking and a lot of moves like this. Look at Shane looking on the inside, and that's just, they're getting their elbows out here in 206 Senior, and that's exactly what you expect to see out of one of the marquee classes here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about that bottleneck too, is you can go side by side and not lose too much time on the opening corners of the track. That's the new section from about turns 2 to 8. The second you get to the old track and when it gets really tight and technical, especially through 13 and 14, where it gets very narrow, like we saw that stack up with Shane Reddy, if you're 2 karts out in front and you have a lead over 3rd place, if you go side by side through there once, doesn't matter if the kart behind is a second back, they are on your rear bumper. So you really have to be playing chess instead of checkers in these 206 categories when you are racing. So it's going to come down to drivers having the best racecraft at the end of the weekend, Caleb, as we see that time in and time out with these 206 racing deals, whether it be here at Route 66, at CKNA, or Texas Sprint Racing Series. You just have to be very smart and have a good head on you.
Oh yeah, it's definitely super important to put yourself in a good position and keeping your cool as well as these races go on. We follow around with Jerry Fandry, leading some of his drivers out there on the racetrack and pulling away, doing so. He finds himself in 4th, back from Maxwell, Kraus, and Leslie as well in the 541. That's currently the quickest Wyatt Leslie. 54.406 the last time around. And again, these sessions, we were talking about it off the air, they're pretty long, so you have enough time to go out there and put in those laps and figure out what's going to work for you as far as the long run goes. But how about Mcpherson as well? He's improved. Reddy, Derves, and again, that was the big group that we saw that was kind of going back and forth, passing. It seems like they've kind of cooled down a little bit and found some good track room as they worked their way around. But let's follow a lap here on the TB kart with any of the TB karts that work their way around. There's Kraus, currently sits in 4th with a 514. Him and Jerry were doing some data yesterday, looking at video, and again seeing where they can go faster and where they can improve, where they're lacking a little bit. For them, like, his track position, to have this pace alone and to be inside of the top 10 is really good. It's just kind of putting those laps in as well whenever we get into qualifying action, is finding a good drafting partner, because we're seeing a lot of these laps come in, Nate, but everybody's pretty much out there on their own as it stands right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The battling we saw earlier on in the session has kind of died off a little bit. Speaking a little bit about Max Kraus, this is his first full season in the senior ranks. He was running junior last season. Very impressive to see him within that top 5, now down to 6th at this point, but impressive run for the 514 so far. He has been improving year in and year out. Just a couple of years ago, he was kind of hovering in that backpack, not really able to catch up to a mid-pack or a podium fight. Last year, consistently fighting for podiums, and now to be well within that top 10 battle in 206 senior at what is a class that has a lot of talent within it. Very, very impressive for a driver that will be going to his home track of Norway Motorsports Park in a couple rounds' time.
Yeah, for that TB kart team as well, I believe they're based out of that track now, and they had a huge club race not too long ago, Nate. They had I don't know if it was 30 or 30 plus 206 seniors working their way out onto the racetrack. So that was really, really cool to see it in Norway. And again, that track's put in a lot of work to get themselves to the point where they are now. So a huge shout out to the entire ownership group for all the work they've done. So good to see that coming to fruition. Follow along with some of the VLRs out there on the racetrack. Miller, who currently sits 16th on the timing pylon, one of these 2 drivers that's out there right now. And again, those 2 working together, pushing each other along, trying to find some more lap time into it. So we'll see how they can do. And again, this session's starting to close down. About 2 minutes to go for these 206 seniors. We talked about the storylines. We talked about who we're expecting to see. And again, late last night, I believe, at the end of the last session, talking to Jerry a little bit at the end of the day, one of his chassis, his race chassis for the weekend, had a crack in it yesterday in the practice day. They put that together overnight. I know Jerry Sr. Was at the helm of swapping chassis over and getting that one built, and it seems to be working out quite well for them here today, because they're currently 2nd and showing some good pace. I believe Jerry's still out there on his own, so to show that pace alone is good as well. And we gotta try and find the 541 as well. That's currently the quickest out on the racetrack for Wyatt Leslie. We just have to see where he is and who he's working with, or where he finds himself to kind of try and improve a little bit of lap time. And he's in a big scrum right now. So there's the 551 on the OTK machine, trying to work his way through. Currently the quickest out on the racetrack you follow along with Wyatt for a little bit and you know, to see some of the differences that he's doing. But he seems to be pretty much on his own, just chasing traffic, passing traffic, and putting in some good laps.
The thing I'm interested to see is, especially these OTK machines are doing really well in these cold conditions. Once it starts to heat up a little bit and the track starts to rubber down, the OTKs might be at a little bit of a disadvantage just with how much mechanical grip those karts have, and once it gets hot, the OTK machines don't do as well in those warmer conditions as, let's say, a Coyote or some other chassis manufacturers. Looking down the list, a lot of Coyotes in this field. Shane Reddy leading the charge on that contingent. Adam Maxwell was unable to do any practice sessions yesterday, was just unable to get out to the track. So his friend Braden Johnson, who also won that rental kart all-star race last night, was doing all the practicing for him and went fastest in the final practice session yesterday. So that AMAX crew have found something on board that Coyote machine and will be looking to try and get a home victory this weekend.
Yeah, we'll see what you know. There's a lot of names, and I feel like when you talk about 206 Senior especially, it's always a toss-up to see who's going to be there, because I feel like whenever you get into the weekend, you have about 5 to 10 drivers always, you know, depending how these races kind of, you know, come down and work themselves out, is to see who's going to go out there and you know, come on top of it at the end of the weekend. So it's a long game. Obviously, you have to be getting the heat races to put yourself in good position. And the main event, again, that's where the trophies come, and that's tomorrow later on. But the first big session out of the way, happy hour done and dusted, checkered flag in the air. Wyatt Leslie, quickest on the timing charts, back to Jerry Fandry, Shane Reddy, Quinton McPherson, and Adam Maxwell, your top 5 in 206 Senior.
A bit further down on the pack there, Max Krause still staying kind of on the bubble in that top 5 battle. Braden Zerves, who we talked about earlier on in the session, there and thereabouts, 4/10 off. And just seeing how close the pack is, you have the top 15 drivers within a second, and even 15th Dane Underwood is 7/10 off. So this is going to be a very interesting qualifying session indeed, as Shane Reddy, the Minnesota native, goes purple in this warm-up session, the happy hour session, excuse me. So watch out for the 5:24 Coyote later on in the day.
Yeah, that was a good lap there by Shane at the end of it, and again, he's been super busy all year long, running all over the country, and it's good to see him out here this weekend at Route 66. Coming up next, your KA juniors get set to hit the racetrack. A big contingent for Holtz Driver Development. Congrats on Josh and his wife as well. The birth of their baby as well. Super exciting news for him. I know he had to leave earlier this year to go attend to that. I believe that was in Houston. So a huge congrats to him and his family. And again, he's back at the racetrack here this weekend, working with the team and working with some more drivers. And again, seeing some of the names that have joined him here this year. Tucker Tribe out with them and working with them this year. So good to see Tucker and his dad out here at the racetrack. We've seen him a lot over on, you know, in Texas throughout the years, and seeing them work their way through now is going to be exciting. Benham Abernathy, again, another one of the drivers here this weekend. John Antonino Jr. back with MPG Academy. So a very stacked KA100 Jr field that we're about to see here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying, a couple of those Holtz drivers are going to be the ones to look out for. There's a few MPG drivers that will be keeping an eye on as well as they head out on track. I believe Jacob Majeski is having some issues getting that fired, a driver that's moving from the Mini 2 junior ranks this season. So hopefully for that 8878 Merlin, he does get going again. So that's good for the Franklin Motorsports contingent. KA Junior is another class that we love watching here at K1 Circuit Whiteland. It's always unpredictable as one of the top kart machines around, and that would be turn 14. That's been catching a lot of drivers out on these cold tires indeed. But talking a little bit about Holtz driver development and Benham Abernathy, he came so close to winning the title last season. And talking to him at Daytona, he said he wasn't expecting to do any Route 66 races this year. He's focusing more on Stars Championship Series and United States Pro Kart Series events. It's really nice to have him and Holtz out for this opening round of the season as well. Benham is one of those drivers, is hard into the wall for a Tony kart outside.
That's Jeremiah Thomas. Jeremiah Thomas went into one of the barriers. They're going side by side, got a little loose there, and hit that barrier hard. So Jeremiah is all right, but man, that was a big hit there from what it seemed like on our cameras. So good to see he's all right up and out of the go-kart. So that was a close one for sure. But Benham leading this field away. You talked about Brady Shad earlier. He's been impressive. Siraki's also up inside of the top 5. Tutwiler to Johnson to Boer, Fiber, and Tribe. Your top 10 so far. And sorry about that, Nate. But again, your reigning champ for Brady. He's been impressive so far to start this week and has more issues for another driver.
Yeah, 870. I think it's one of the AMAX machines. But there you can see Brand Siraki on track as we pick him up. Looking further down in the field, like you were saying, Brady Shad is just quick wherever he goes in junior competition. Benham Abernathy holding that top time as we stand. It's a host driver development 1-2 for the time being. Tucker Trebe setting in a lap time and a half. He's the reigning champion in Mini Swift, so we'll see how he does in his opening season for the junior class. How about Johnny Antonino as well for MPG Motorsports? He's been going on incredibly well in the Stars Championship Series and whatever outings he makes in karting, so he's definitely going to be one that we keep an eye on, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, a busy schedule for John as well. He's been racing some dirt oval stuff as well. I believe he was at the Lucas Oil School of Race with the scholarship program after the OK&J season was wrapped up. So for him, a busy year for John last year, and I'm sure for this year as well. With his second home, his family that is MPG Academy with Chase Jones, Billy Vincent, and everybody involved to see them kind of putting that together for John as well. So it'll be exciting to see how he gets on. He's pretty quick so far, up in a second. We talked about Trebe as well. New colors, new ride for him this year, putting himself in third. So again, a lot of drivers. Tutwiler's in this one as well with Mark Steele and the Stealth chassis that makes its third appearance here this weekend. So it's going to be exciting to see and good to see the variety in chassis and drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of teams and drivers that you'll be seeing on the national scene as well. Of course, host driver development is one you see on the national level. Technokart make their appearances every once in a while. Franklin Motorsports, another team that you see at pretty much every national or regional across the Midwest. Time still is starting to roll in. Benham Abernathy continue to hold that spot. Landon Boer, one of the MPG Motorsports drivers, is one of them that you always have to look out for here at Whiteland. K1 Circuit Whiteland this year. Looking further down the timesheets, Caleb, no real surprises. Sam Tutwiler probably a little bit further back than he would be expecting to do on board the new for 2025 Stealth chassis with Mark Steele Racing. Pretty much a Burrell chassis, but a couple modifications to the front end of that to give it a little bit more front end bite. So Sam Tutwiler is saying it doesn't take a whole lot to get that figured out, to get that chassis figured out compared to the Burrell Art chassis.
Yeah, now already starting to see some movers here. Jackson Baldus, who's here this weekend on his own, racing here out of Kansas. A drive for them, I should say, to get out here as well for everybody else. But for Jackson, we're used to seeing him over in Texas. Spoke to him and obviously his uncle Pierce as well. So good to see that he's out here racing, and I'm sure they're going to be watching on as Jackson tries to make them proud here this weekend, racing at Route 66. John Antonino, top of the timing charts. He seems to be right behind Brady Shad. So these two are going to be working together quite nicely, I think, moving forward here. And for Antonino, getting a good draft. And again, seeing that kid grow as well, seeing him get one of his national race victories about 2 years ago, 2023, out at MCC. And then, these kids, I feel like every time you come back out to a racetrack or haven't seen them in a while, the next time you do, they start to get to my height, which isn't hard to get to. But, that said, these, seeing them grow is to me one of the coolest things, and seeing them learn and mature as well whenever it comes down to racing is to me one of the coolest things about this.
Yeah, working in the series trailer on Thursday and Fridays and seeing everyone pick up packets, and you think you should recognize some drivers, and they come up like, you didn't look like that at Dousman last year, man. You grew. So it's definitely a good point you bring up. It's fun to see all these drivers grow. Sam Tutwiler was another one, I swear, a couple of years ago. He was probably at like hip height or something, and now he's almost taller than me, and he's racing in junior. So that's fun to see for Sam as times continue to roll in. Not a whole lot changing here, Caleb. It's like we've seen throughout the rest of the sessions where drivers aren't really improving past this midway point. So maybe a lot of drivers are just trying out qualifying setups right now and not doing a whole lot of long run pace. Some drivers just on different programs right now.
And again, we have seen a lot kind of, go out there, set in some laps and dive into the pits early, because they are long sessions like we said earlier. So it's just, maximizing whatever you need to figure out, and then, not going any further and bringing it in. For some cases, and then again, it's just maximizing track time. Go out there, do the laps, try different lines, see where you can go faster, and that's the biggest thing as well. I had the opportunity to drive not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago, and again, you get back into it and you realize, like, okay, I have this plan, I'm gonna go out there and try and execute it, and then you do, and you go out there and then try and find and try different things to try and find that little bit of time that you are missing. And that's the biggest thing for drivers that are traveling in different racetracks, learning that racing line, getting back used to it, and seeing where it's changed or conditions have changed, where your driving has changed, where you can try different things, where you can push that limit a little bit more. So that's the biggest thing, I think, especially in these sessions, right? Braking a little bit later, trying getting on the gas earlier or later, seeing what it does if you slow down the kart a little more throughout this corner or that corner. Those are the little things that when you get down to driving that obviously for us we forget about whenever we're up here, but those are all things that are kind of going on inside of the helmet. Whenever you're told the plan to execute, you go out there and try and do that to the best of your ability, and it's just it's a whole different beast, especially on a weekend like this, right? When you get out there, there's full grids. It's different from a club race, and you're racing for some hardware as well. To me, is one of the biggest things when it comes down to trying to find that last little bit here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's hard around Whiteland here too, because it's pretty much almost two completely different circuits all in one between the old track and the new extension, of just trying to find a happy medium for those two parts of the circuit to have that figured out. And some drivers go on very well on the new section where it's wide and open. Some others like that tight and twisty area towards the end of the track, so that's going to be something to look out for racing later on in the days. Still, KA Jr. making their rounds on track. No signs of a checkered flag in the next couple of minutes. I say that checker flag is getting grabbed, so we are Mick Gallagher, our flagman, jinxing me there, so thanks for that one, Mick. He is getting a ride home from me, so we'll see how that one goes for him. Johnny Antonino going purple last time across the stripe by a little over half a tenth over Brady Schad, Ben Abernathy, Landon Boer, and Tucker Trebe. Wouldn't be surprised to see this top 5 at a Stars or a USPKS race, to be honest, Caleb. It was a pretty stacked top 5 at the moment.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at the names, the accolades they all have to their own name, and again, very young career so far, only about, again, this is the age range where you get to about 11, 12, up to 14, and those late 15s. There's a little bit of contact in between two drivers here that are working their way through, so they're able to get that settled as checkered flag in the air now. John Antonino, as it stands, the quickest in the happy hour session, with Brady Schad putting them in prime position to go out there and set some good laps. Ben Abernathy back to Boer, and Tucker Trebe, your top 5. That's it for the practice sessions, I guess you can say. And qualifying, getting set to hit the track later on today. And again, that's going to be live at about 12:50 local time for those of you in the paddock. Lunch break at 11:20, so that's about now. And mandatory drivers meeting at 12:10 for those of you in the paddock. Do not want to miss that. You want to be there for the drivers meeting and qualifying. 3 laps to see who's going to go on the pole. That's all coming your way later on today at about 12:50. We'll step aside, get ourselves fed, as well as our hardworking camera crew, and for the entire Route 66 crew. We'll be right back in about an hour's time with qualifying action.
So welcome everyone to qualifying for the first round of the 2025 Route 66 Sprint Series season with KA100 Master. 7 cars ready to do battle and to find out who's going to be leading us to the green for heat number 1 later on in the afternoon. Howdy folks, my name is Nate Dean. I'm alongside Caleb Vieska here at K1 Circuit Whiteland at a track that has been warming up over lunch break. The clouds have gone and the sun is starting to beat down on the track now as they're all getting the green flag. Caleb, we saw a lot of interesting happenings going on in happy hour and a lot of drivers that could potentially bring it to Mr. 8-time Adam Kreppen. What do you think we're going to see here today?
Well, you talked about Adam's pretty much he's been super quick all year long, right? He's been quick for many years, and you know, you talked, he hasn't lost a race in 2 years here at Route 66. So again, expect him to be one of the drivers to put it up at the top, and we'll see what he can do early on in this qualifying session. The 437's been rolling. Nobody's been able to touch him, but again, we've talked about everybody else in this field that are looking to take the fight to Adam Kreppen this weekend, so we'll see what they can do. First lap starting to come underway, and again, 3 laps, so you need to get that tire temperature up to spec heat, you should say, as quick as possible here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a lot easier to do now that the sun is coming down and the heat's starting to build up inside of that track. We're probably not going to see as much slipping and sliding, especially through turns 13 and 14, that it really caught some drivers out. Quick qualifying sessions here. You get 3 laps to get it done. White flag in the air this time for Adam Kreppen, who was fastest in happy hour. That being said, Brad Britton, though, fastest by 0.04 of a second over Jacob Neary, and Adam Kreppen down in third as we watch on with Randy Klemek.
Yeah, Brad Britton currently the quickest one. White flag in the air. So again, it's imperative that you set in the best lap time possible here in the closing stage of this qualifying session. A 50.685 is the time everybody has to beat. Britton is getting close in the 417 machine. A 50.816, about a 10th off to the lap that Adam Kreppen was able to set on his second lap. Neary's in third, Klemek, back to Boley, Galonia, and Nathan Williams, your 7 drivers in this field. We'll see what Kreppen does when he crosses the line. Again, he was the fastest in happy hour. He's coming through the bowl now into turn number 12. He goes, and we'll see what that lap looks like there for Kreppen.
Got to keep it consistent, got to keep it smooth through this old section of the track, but what we've seen the past 2 years, this is where Adam Kreppen thrives. Out of the final couple of corners, can he hold on to it by a 10.5 over Brad Britton, who you see there. Kreppen across the line, he improves, but just barely. Talking to him over lunch break, he was worried what Brad Britton can bring to the table. Across the line goes the 417, unable to improve on that lap, and it looks like Adam Kreppen will be holding on to provisional pole position. Brian Boley coming across the timing and scoring beacon, only 4th for him. Randy Klemek down to 5th, and it's going to be Adam Kreppen continuing the streak of dominance of 50.6 for him, a little over a 10.5 faster than Brad Britton, then Jacob Neary in the 3rd spot. Brian Boley, Randy Klemek, David Galonia, and Nathan Williams, your 7 drivers. They'll be starting at Heat 1 later on the day for KA100 Master.
And that was like a very minimal improvement by Adam Kreppen as well. It was only hundredths of a second that he went quicker. So that's either, you know, finding something different in a corner or just going that little bit quicker throughout one, or it could be a corner difference, a second difference on how much quicker he got onto the gas or got onto the brakes, or you know, it could be anything. But he found that and he was able to get that done. Either his second or 3rd lap would have been good enough for him to get himself into a good position for that pole position. But for Kreppen, I mean, you were saying, right, picking right up where he left off last year. And a good showing for him in this qualifying session. Like Neary came in through the wrong side to try and work his way into the pits. But that's it for your Masters qualifying session 206. Sportsman getting set to go out. And again, that's an important one to try and get your stuff settled. And it looks like there's been a little bit of change here as well after discussions throughout the lunch break. The pit entry has been moved over near turn 16. So that's going to be through there. Trying to make it a little bit safer for drivers to exit the racetrack. So, again, K1 Circuit Whiteland and Route 66 listening to people here in the paddock and their concerns, and obviously making the adjustment where needed. But we're getting set now for 206 Sportsman. And you know, for the 206 classes specifically here, Nate, you know, you need to get that your heat into the tires, and with only 3 laps in this qualifying session, you're obviously going to burn the first lap. Lap 2 is going to be a little bit of an improvement, but lap 3 is the one that matters, and you need to really put yourself in the best position to set in that best lap. You have no room for error and no time to waste with only 3 laps in qualifying.
Absolutely, 3 laps is not a lot of time to go qualifying, especially for these 206 Sportsman drivers. Any 206 car is going to have a little bit of trouble getting tire temp into those tires like you would in a KA or an X30. That also being said, these cadets don't have a ton of weight on the kart, so they're not going to have a ton of heat transfer into those MG Reds. So this is probably going to be one of the harder classes to find tire temp, is this 206 Sportsman category, is they're all filing out onto track into what is the warm-up lap that is so incredibly crucial here. You don't get a traditional warm-up lap in the sense you see green after just a couple of corners, so really you have to be on the loud pedal and head down from the word go here.
Oh yeah, for sure. You really need to be on it at the start. I think Danny O'Gara just entered this class I believe today or a couple of hours ago. That's obviously, if I'm not mistaken, and I do think, Nate, indeed, it was a last-second, I guess, change for him to hop into this class. So a lot of laps for Danny O'Gara around this place, so expect him to be one of the drivers that's quick. I believe starting at the rear of the field here in qualifying. We fall around with a 210 of Feidinger. He's been really, really impressive here at Whiteland. And again, we've seen him at the local races at the Indy Karting Challenge, so we'll see what he can do and what kind of laps he can set in. And again, they were sent out staggered, so that this is going to be lap, I guess you should say, this is their second lap for them. So it's really important for them to you know, put themselves in a good position. And if you want to regroup yourself or put yourself maybe in a better spot with a draft, you're going to waste about a lap. So it's important for you to just get on with it, go out there and try and set in your lap as best as you can.
Yeah, absolutely, and you hear it a lot from especially the pro drivers that we've talked to throughout the past couple of years. You don't want to dilly-dally too much on these qualifying laps. The second you can go into a corner hard and start getting tire temperature into those MG Reds, you gotta do it. So waiting up for someone might not be the smartest thing, as we see the 257 of Dominic Gaddis, I believe, there, reigning champ in this class. New helmet for him this year. White flag in the air, this time by Clayton Stiles. Purple for the time being, as well Feidinger takes that away. MPG Motorsports provisionally on top here, but only by 0.07 of a second over Dominic Gaddis. MPG 1-2 as things stand. Looking further back, Danny O'Gara unable to make his way up into the top 10.
Yeah, issues for him. He's actually still in the grid. They were trying to get that that top kart machine fired, and he's not going to be able to get it done. They're rolling back. So that's going to mean Danny O'Gara is going to start at the back of the field for the heat races. Unfortunate there for Danny, but we look onto the racetrack. Feidinger still holds on to that fastest lap on his second one. We'll see what he can do on lap number 3. Gaddis is in second, to Stiles, to Barr, and Taylor, your top 5 so far here in 206 Sportsman. There's a 237 of Stiles. What can he do on his final lap, the closing circuit here? We'll see if he can pull anything out of the bag, but here comes Feidinger across the line this time by. Does he improve? He does. A 56.7 and not enough. Dominic Gaddis to the top in the 257. A 56.458 for Dominic Gaddis.
Austin Taylor moving up into third. That's MPG 1, 2, 3 as things stand. More drivers coming across the line. Dragunov, like we were talking about in warm-up, is down in 6th and unable to improve. He is 0.8 back from the lead of Dominic Gaddis, who will be your provisional pole sitter for Mac Paving 206 Sportsman. We'll be looking forward to that race later on in the day. There you see unofficial results. You can pick out your favorite driver from there. One notable, Danny O'Gara down in 12th, like Caleb mentioned, was unable to get that top kart machine fired as it was a late entry. You saw his dad, Andy O'Gara, running in the back of the driver's meeting when that was going on with a top kart, trying to get that thing ready to roll. But speaking of ready to roll, KA100 Sr, presented by Millwright Incorporated. This is the class to watch in Route 66 competition. 2 groups, as you see Cale Zimmerman getting ready there. The 206 ace taking to KA100 this season.
Yeah, we'll see what Cale can do. And again, it looks like he's going to get going in the bottom half group. So we'll see what he can do, how he stacks up against the rest that are, again, getting set to go out here in a couple of moments. So B and A for KA100 Sr. And we'll see how they stack up. Again, we talked about Brandon earlier on today. He's been wicked fast all weekend long, and again, coming back and running here this year, it's been good for him. And again, a busy schedule for Brandon this year on the national side of things as well here on the regional.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's trying to do a full season of at least USPCAS with Speed Concepts Racing and some potentially other races with him. So cool to see a driver of that talent up there with one of the best teams in the nation is Brandon Lemke. One of his Millwright Racing drivers, I believe that's Clayton Slifer, going out in front of Nathan Trapp. There we are getting ready to go to send the B group out for qualifying. One of the Millwright Racing drivers there is Cale Zimmerman, launching Legacy driver development this weekend for him. So he's got a couple drivers under his wing, teaching them a thing or two about how to get pace out of a kart. But Cale's one of the bigger names that we see in this B group, Caleb. You also have Adam Maxwell, who said they were struggling a little bit in the warm-up session. They're trying to save their good engine for USPKS, so they're trying to dial this one in as best they can. Charlie Roque and Reed Sutherland, another pair to look out for. Those two go on well off track, so they're most likely going to be trying to get to each other's bumpers to find some sort of advantage.
Yeah, we'll see. And again, last year it was a breakthrough weekend, I believe, at Dowsman for Charlie Roque for that final round. Was it Dowsman?
Yeah.
So again, just a little bit of a struggle start for him to start this weekend off, or this opening round of 2025 for him, finding himself in this B group. We'll see what Charlie can do to try and get himself out of it. But we follow around with Cale Zimmerman, the first couple of laps getting set to go underway. And again, this is the out lap, green flag going to be out. And imperative for them, right? You pretty much don't even have a warm-up lap with the way that the pits are set up. You pit exit and you go around to do your first lap, and that's really a warm-up lap. You only really have 2 laps to kind of find some speed here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult to find that pace around here on such short notice because it is such a bull ring. You get thrown into the deep of it. You don't really have a chance to get a rhythm that you would want in a track like this. And just throwing these guys into the deep end as they're getting the white flag next time by. As things stand, Cale Zimmerman leads the way by 3.5 tenths over Adam Maxwell, Chaz Variale, Nathan Trapp, and Clayton Slifer. Your top 5, of course, provisionally. This is a B group. We're going to have the fast guys up next and ready to go. White flag in the air this time as Slifer goes across the timing and scoring beacon. He goes fastest. Cale Zimmerman quickly takes that away, but not as much as he had last time. Nathan Trapp to the point now. The Minnesota native on the 921 Hotes driver development machine is purple for the time being, but only by 0.02 of a second, Caleb.
Yeah, we'll see what if Trapp can hold on to this, and we're seeing a little bit of some of the faster drivers get into the 50s, so if they want to stack up nicely against that A group, it's going to be important for them to try and, gain another 10th out there on the racetrack. They're all in the low 51s. Trapp a 51.067 was his lap time that time around for the 921. We'll see what he can do this time around, but again, just half a lap to go in this qualifying session for the B group, and it's just important for them to stack up in a good position so they can have a chance at the fight whenever we get into heat racing action. Slifer to the top. Zimmerman takes it back, and that's about half a second gain for Cale Zimmerman, a 50.579. Variale is able to take that away, a 50.533. So that's a little bit of, marker for that A group to try and snag away. So we'll wait to see what Brandon Lemke has in store and everybody else that's getting set to hit the racetrack here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. There you can see unofficial results from your B group of qualifying. It's pretty close between that top 5, but of course we still have an entire A group to go and a grid of drivers that you see at the pointy end of the field at national races throughout the season. There you can just see the front nose and Nassau panel of the 955 and the reigning series champion, Alexander Kardashian. Like we were saying, new livery for EOS made by OTK this season, ditching the yellow and blue for some blue and orange this season. Bit of a new look for all the OTK brands. Further back on that grid, you have Austin Olds, Cash Perkins, Brandon Lemke. Really is a who's who of Midwest driving down here as we get the final couple of karts off track, and we are about ready to go for the A group.
Yeah, we're just getting set to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments. Again, you've seen these guys qualify for a couple of years now, Nate. Who's been the most impressive in qualifying, do you feel like, even last year, and who are you expecting to pull something out of the bag here?
I mean, you have to say the two veterans of Kardashian and Lemke. It's the easy picks, but they're the ones that are able to get it done when the job is handed to them. There goes Alexander Kardashian, fastest in happy hour with his old rival Brandon Lemke behind, and some new blood in the fight too of Austin Olds, who's going to be looking for a senior victory, like you said, just a couple weeks ago at the Stars Championship Series. And OKN Pro had a very impressive run. Same too with Ian Quinn and Pro Stars in the shifter category there at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A lot of drivers have already shaken the rust off this season. That's the thing that Alexander Kardashian is going to struggle with a little bit, because he really only does these 4 Route 66 races. Doesn't do a lot of the Winter Tour stuff that most of this field already has, but it almost makes it just as impressive for Kardashian to get in the kart this weekend and be on pace with these guys.
Just important, right, to get yourself with seat time, to get yourself comfortable as well whenever you do come and race against other guys that have been, already in the seat, in racing action, that have already had their quote-unquote warm-up for the year early on. And to say that we're in the month of April, almost to the end of April, and, this is the first race of the year when all these guys have been in it. It's super impressive by Kardashian to be doing what he has been doing so far this weekend. We follow along with Austin Olds getting set to start his second lap that way through, and we'll see what he can do on lap 2. For Zimmerman, it was lap number 3 that was the best. So we're probably not going to see too much change until we get to those closing stages, and we've already seen a little bit. Lemke's up to 5th. McPherson is up to 8th. Ian Quinn 9th. And Austin Olds is in 10th. That was all in the opening lap. So that was, we're expecting to see a lot more pace out of these out of this A group than what we saw in that B group here. So we'll wait. Again, Varile still holds on a 50.533. That's the time that everybody's going to chase to try and snag the pole.
Yeah, absolutely, and these tires are still getting warmed up. So for those guys to go that fast on their opening laps is just shows how good this field is. Brandon Lemke is closing in on the back end of Alexander Kardashian, and that time shows 2/10 faster than a 9:55 with Austin Olds going 3rd. Ian Quinn puts himself into 4th. Chaz Varial is holding strong in 5th for the time being. That being said, Quinton McPherson goes up into 4th, but you can see there the 901 Millwright Racing machine is the fastest on track at the moment by some margin. Alexander Kardashian is going to need a lap and a half here, Caleb, as he looks back and he sees that 901 closing in. He's going to need a mega lap to get pole here.
Yeah, he looks like he got a little loose there on the entry to the banked corner. We'll see what Kardashian can do this last time around. It's Lemke, Kardashian back and forth all weekend long on times. Who's going to be on top? Kardashian going through the last couple of corners this time around. Can he improve? And he does, and that's going to be good enough for a second to hold on to it. But Brandon Lemke, a 49.3263, 10s quicker than Kardashian. Ian Quinn's up to 3rd. Austin Olds 4th. Cash Perkins, your top 5. McPherson not able to improve enough. He's up to 6th. To Eli Fox, Surgener, Zerves, and Variale, your top 10. And it continues to change here. Names on the pylon continue to shuffle up and down the order, but Brandon Lemke, what a flyer on that last lap there, Nate.
3.5 tenths faster than the challenging field, and it's not like a field of nobodies or anything. Kardashian, Quinn, Olds, Perkins, McPherson, Zerves, Zimmerman. You see these guys at the front end of national races week in and week out, so that is a mega lap from the Millwright Racing machine of Brandon Lemke. He's going to be happy with that one. So you can see the unofficial results for KA100 Sr there, as we'll be moving on to the next class already. 206 Junior set to go out next, I believe. They are 206 Junior set to go out next for their qualifying session. Like we were saying earlier on in the show, Caleb, 206 Junior is definitely one of the classes to watch, as Brady Schott is all ready to go there in his imaginary go-kart. Love to see it from Brady. Bit of a jokester and pretty fast on track too.
Well, he's still waiting. He's still waiting for them to take his kart to the front of the grid. So I hope they get that figured out soon, because if not, Brady might be left to the wayside there. If that kart doesn't make it to the front of the grid, looks like they're bringing it up now.
I think that's one of the Sportsman karts.
Oh. This could be big issues for Brady Shad here if that kart doesn't make it up to the front of the grid, because engines are fired. They're about to send him out to the racetrack here, Nate. And indeed, Shad not going to take that first spot like he was supposed to. So, again, it was fun in games there for a second, but now they're genuinely on the verge of missing the qualifying session.
Well, I think the rule is the driver and the kart need to be in their prescribed grid position once the grid is set. I could be wrong. That could be me pulling from a different rule book. But if I'm right, that is Brady Shad out of this qualifying session. The second our gridman Steve set. There is Shad coming through the back. So obviously that's going to be reviewed by Route 66 to make sure that's the right decision. But it is good to see Brady Shad allowed to get that decision. The Millwright Racing Machine, the Coyote-driven kart, will get a chance to qualify. If the lap stands, we will have to see. But we'll just get a chance to see what Brady Shad can put down for a lap time.
Wow, that's definitely a scary there for Shad. And now he's just going to try and put himself in a good position to set in a lap. So he's opening up his gap a little bit to try and get it. But that's going to be about 2 burnt laps there for Brady. So by the time that checkered flag goes out, that's going to be a second lap. So he's really going to have to be dialed in the 1 lap that he does get here, Nate.
I mean, obviously, he's just trying to avoid the lap traffic because there's going to be such a pace advantage between himself and the other drivers as he's already onto the back end of one of the karts. Doing passing and that kind of stuff isn't what you want to be doing on your out lap. You want to be more focused on getting those tire pressures up to temp in the kart where you want it so you can get your head down and put the laps down when they count. But it looks like he's got a little bit of clear air. He might be fine to the end of this session, but it's going to be close on the white flag lap. Looking at the timing and scoring, Christopher Yutzi on the 330 machine is pole provisionally, then Jack Feber, Ethan Leroy, Braden Domont, Sam Tutwiler, your provisional, of course, top 5.
Yahtzee a 58.851 that time by, and now here's Brady Shad a 58.725. So he came out at the back of the pack, but that's not going to hurt him one bit because he's right on pace and right on top. So we'll keep an eye on Brady, see when he catches this traffic and how quickly he can pass him. And again, usually passing isn't the best thing when we're in qualifying. He's going to have, I think, lap number 3 is probably going to be the cleanest lap that he will get. But again, still having to make moves as we see the white flag come out. Fiber up to the top at 57.335. Tutwiler to second. Yahtzee to third. Domont and Trudell, your top 5 so far in 206 Junior. And again, we await for Shad to cross the line here towards the end of this lap. So by the time the front runners set in their final lap, Shad, we're going to have to wait almost till the end of this qualifying session to see who's going to be on the pole, because Shad's all the way at the back. But here we go. Lap number 2 puts it back on top, having to make a move that time around, a 56.865, and that's a significantly big gap that he's put, almost half a second on the field for Brady Shad, making passes, making moves. Looks like nobody might have an answer for that Coyote machine. Checkered flag in the air. Fiber improves, a 56.699. Yahtzee up to second. Shad falling down a 4. Tutwiler's up to second now. So we'll wait for Shad to come across the line, Nate. And again, we're going to have to wait a good while to see who's going to end up on this pole.
Yeah, suspense is going to kill us on this one. Just a few more corners to go through 13 and 14. This is a crucial part of the lap for Brady Shad to try and find lap time. Looks good and looks hooked up. Double lefts to go. Brady Shad currently finds himself on the second row. Can he make it to the first row? Across the line, he does. Brady Shad, the 365 Millwright Racing Coyote, provisional pole sitter for 206 Junior by a little over 2.5 tenths. As you can see on screen, unofficial results can catch your favorite driver as they scroll through, but that is huge for Brady Shad and just having to get that done when it counts.
I tell you what, that's a really, really scary way to start your qualifying session, but it's going to be a huge sigh of relief for Brady Shad once we get into the end of it for him to take a deep breath and to enjoy that pole position as much as he can. For those of you watching on at home and watching on in the paddock, if you guys do want to watch the main event live streams later on today, starting at 1:50, sorry, not main event, the heat racing live streams later on today, starting at 1:50 with KA Masters. Again, remember to become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month so you can watch the racing action live here this weekend. If not, Those will air for free on Wednesday, but just watch the racing action live later on today and join us. We'll be excited to see all you guys with us. So this is the end of our free coverage here with qualifying. Still a couple of more classes set to go. We have Micro Swift getting set to go out onto the racetrack next, and 206 Masters, B&A, Mini Swift, 206 Senior, and KA100.
So welcome back to qualifying. Micro Swift ready to hit the track as they're already on track and ready to go for their qualifying session. One and only qualifying session on the weekend. Austin Taylor was fastest in happy hour. He gets the green flag and is slowing to wait up for Dylan Braun. So those two can use each other as drafting partners for this qualifying session. Haven't seen that so far, Caleb. It's a bold strategy. We'll see if it works out for him. But obviously the draft, especially with Swift karts, could mean a couple of tenths here. I think talking to some people, it's about 4 or 5 tenths if you get a good draft down that back straightaway. So we could potentially see those two rocket to the top of the timesheets.
And again, you really just have to see the value in it, right? You don't want to get tripped up throughout the technical sections of the racetrack. So it's just important of finding somebody, obviously, that you have confidence in and working with them together here as they get going. But we'll see Taylor leading this field away behind him. Braun in the 37. So we'll see what the laps start to look like this time by across the line. And again, you talked about tire warm-up with these guys. We've covered it all pretty much time and time again. So we'll just wait for them to put it in action. Braun, the time of 56.684 in the Tony Kart machine, goes quicker. And then here comes Bo Wyatt, a 56.298. And I tell you what, by that opening lap, Nate, it's going to be a very, very close qualifying session between these Micro Swift drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Bo Wyatt pulling that one out of nowhere. Wasn't really showing himself at the front of the timesheets in happy hour or any of the practices yesterday, but for him to find some pace now, that's definitely going to be a boost for him. I believe on board the Hotes driver development cart is Bo Wyatt, but you see on screen there, Austin Taylor right behind Dylan Braun will be getting white flag in the air this time by as we wait for them to cross the timing and scoring beacon to see what kind of a lap they put down. Out of the double lefts comes the MPG duo. Taylor sees the white flag first. He's going to reset fast time and go purple. Braun's going to follow him to second. What can Bo Wyatt do in that number 41 machine? Unable to match his time last time by. It's third, and then fourth is Liam Ford. Bella Brinkman now in fifth, Caleb.
Yeah, Brinkman, a good lap there, 56.117. That last time around, improving. Lawrence Jorgensen up to 7th. Cameron Apel, 8th. Diesel Maxwell, 9th. Harrison Apel in 10th. The top 10 pretty close. Here comes Fox now working his way into the top 10. James Fox is up to 10th. Now Austin Taylor. We'll see what he can do. Final lap around this time by for your Micro Swift qualifiers. A 45.353. We'll see if Taylor can improve any bit. Looked a little looser on the exit of turn number 15. This time a by across the line for Taylor. He improves a 54.152. Braun, Bo Wyatt now coming across. Not enough to improve. 4 can improve. So the 54.152 by Austin Taylor looks to hold strong here by half a second over Bo Wyatt and Braun in second and third respectively. It looks like it's going to be Taylor indeed here, Nate Dean, with the pole position in Micro Swift.
Yeah, big run for Austin Taylor to get 2.5 tenths clear of the field. Dylan Braun is no slouch. He's not going to be happy with that qualifying session. They're definitely going to find a little bit of pace. Same with Bo Wyatt, Liam Ford, and Grant Heckman moving up into that 5th spot, albeit 1.3 seconds back. So a bit of a gap between the first and the second packs, you could say. But 2 groups of 206 Masters ready to hit the track for their qualifying session. What was scheduled to be the largest class on the weekend is ready to go for Group B, as we're going to clear off final couple of micro swifts and get ready for some 206 Master action.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. Again, the debut of this class here this weekend. A lot of them racing for free. Just got to pay for the tires, got to pay for the gas, got to pay for the travel. So free in some way. Then again, you still got to pay for some stuff. So no, the Masters, again, a big class, 30 carts total. And we talked about, what it was kind of looking like earlier on today. Mark Steele, Jamie Bradford were 2 of the quickest so far to start this one off. And the 2 of them have been working pretty closely together. I saw Jamie walk over to Mark's tent, take a look at his Micron, see, what was different, what the lap times were kind of looking like. And Mark joked around. He's like, yeah, he came over here, looked at my Micron, and all good in between us. We're just excited to go out there and work with each other, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of these drivers probably haven't been in a field this big unless they've ran like CKNA Grand Nats or Spring Nats before. So for a regional series to bring in this many...
This is huge.
Yeah, for a regional series to bring in this many carts is huge. Of course, with the free entry, bringing a lot of drivers in. But of course, like you said, Caleb, still have to pay for tires, gas, the whole 9 yards on that one. It was a nice to see move from Route 66 just to get these guys who maybe were a little bit skeptical on the product the chance to try it out firsthand, and I hope they will enjoy the massive field of racing we have. Green flag is in the air for our first group of 206 Masters drivers. As with how big the class is, we only have to wait a few seconds now for the first couple of lap times to come through, as a little bit of debris on the front straight there. Flagman McGallagher clearing that off the track, so everyone doesn't have to avoid anything on that front straight. But looking now, Caleb, towards the timesheet to see who's going to go purple this first lap.
Yeah, this time around, we'll see where they stack up. We're following along with the 693 at the moment, working their way through so far. So good for everybody. That's them around. Chat King, a 101.625. Back to Cutshaw, Alex Cooper, Tommy Stevens, Jason Irvin. And again, a little bit of change on the timing pylon. Half a second better for Travis Wilbur in the 612.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big gap for him. Obviously, you still have the A group to go out as well and still have a lot of qualifying left. That being said, Dakota Pesic, 1.1 seconds faster than Lucas Rennick that time around. Pesic, of course, a driver that knows how to get the most out of anything 4 wheels and fast. He's been doing a lot of work with Able Motorsports and their road to Indy teams the past couple of years. So now for him to get back behind the wheel is great to see. Checker, white flag in the air this time by to see who can try and take one to Dakota Pesic. Chad King improves, so does Danny Cutshaw. But those guys had a lap of extra heat into their tires, and they are barely going faster than Dakota Pesic.
Yeah, not enough there to improve that bit. And again, do remember, Dakota Pesic did have an issue in the happy hour session, which puts him back here with this group, but already some improvements. Wilbur was able to go quicker on his lap of 59.570, and there goes Dakota Pesic. We talked about his issues. We were saying, a little bit of gremlins in the happy hour session, puts himself up to second because Lucas Rennick in the 601 of 58.137 put him even half a second quicker than Pesic. So that's a really good lap there by Rennick in the 601 machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Rennick to be able to pull half a second on Pesic is huge. Lucas made a couple outings in 206 Senior last year, moving up to the Master Heavy Division. Checkered flag in the air for the B group for Masters. Chad King moving up into second spot. That's the best he will get. Cutshaw into fourth. Cooper moving himself up into the 4th spot. A lot of shuffling going on inside that top 4, but we wait for the 6:56 top kart machine of Dakota Pesic to see if he can reset fast time out of the final couple of corners. Going to come across your screen in just a few moments time. What can Pesic do? Only second fastest, 0.2 back off of Lucas Rennick. and we still have a whole A group to go to see where these drivers will be starting. There you see unofficial results from the B group of 206 Masters, and of course, Caleb, we still have a whole lot 206 Masters to go in this next group.
Yeah, I mean, we're excited to see that second group, but a good recovery, I should say, by Pesek to put himself up to second, and a really good lap time by him to put himself behind Rennick as well. But your top 5 in that B group, Chad King, Schaefer, Travis Wilbur, that's the top 5 there for that B group. And again, we await for the rest of the field to work their way out. Jamie Bradford going to lead this field out onto the racetrack. Mark Steele in frame there, just in the shade. Getting set to go out, so we're excited to see how they all stack up here. So that's the 641, my mistake, Scott Hamble, the driver that's going to lead them out onto the racetrack here for the A group, quickest in the happy hour session.
Yeah, Hamble running the 41 as most of the AMAX top drivers do. A little bit of good luck around here is that number. It seems like we've seen the past couple years. We've seen Adam Maxwell, AJ Stoner don that number in Route 66 Sprint Series competition and have luck with it. So a little bit of luck for him, and he will need it in such a large class. As final couple of karts are into the pit lane, and we are ready to go for the main group of 206 Masters, and even more big names in this one as they are getting rolled out. There you see the main man, Mark Steele from Steele Motorsports, of course, making that new stealth chassis line that we were talking about a couple weeks ago at the Stars Championship Series, and now this weekend as well. Even more drivers running that here at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. There you see on the shot we just saw all the drivers filing their way out of pit lane as Hamble, you can see out of turn 2, really struggling for grip and for some side bite in those MG red tires as karts are finally done filing out of the pit lane as we are ready to go for the A group of qualifying. In just a few moments here, we'll see where these A group drivers will find themselves on the timesheets, Caleb. But with how close it was last session, it's really going to come down to that last lap and nailing it when it counts.
No, yeah, it's going to be close throughout this session as well. We saw the happy hour session. They were super close throughout the entirety of it. And even on the last couple laps, they were setting in, personal best lap times, just waiting for those tires to get up to temperature. But this is quick, right? That tire pressure needs to be way high to get yourself ready in the shortest time possible. So super important for them to get going. And again, you already start to see some moves. Jamie Bradford works his way up to 4th on that opening lap. Hamble's up to 5th. Mark Steele hasn't yet gotten himself through there. So his opening lap was a little bit slower than the rest. Chris Linden is up to 9th. Troy Toney as well working his way through up to 7th. So some good improvements throughout this one so far here, Nate. But again, we await for those times to come in as we follow along with Mark Steele on that stealth machine, working his way through. A little bit of a different livery for him. We usually see the dark gray liveries on the other ones, and he's going with the red here this weekend. So hopefully that red brings him some luck. I know he's in good spirits as well as David Galoni, who's right behind him, working with him. But lap number 2 getting set to come through this time around. Hamble going to be the first to take it. Then Bradford, who we follow along. What do they have in the bag? Scott Hamble goes up to the top for a second. Bradford improves 0.3, a 57.270 for Jamie Bradford. Galonia works his way up. Mark Steele up to 4th. Slinden in 3rd. And again, that last lap, super imperative that they set something through. Austin Fairfield up to 7th. 8th. Matthew Burpo goes up to 5th here with a 57.990. So this field's very close together, just a couple of tenths in between them. And again, it's just finding that last little bit on this last lap, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Linden in 3rd. Talked to him over lunch break, said he was struggling with grip, and it was just absolutely everywhere. It started to hook up towards lap 6, and he was going to throw some wholesale changes at it. Well, it seems like it's worked. He's up into 4th, and that's going to bode well for the racing. Checkered flag in the air for Hamble. He finds himself in 2nd. Can he topple Jamie Bradford's time? No, he cannot. Bradford does not improve. That's going to open Pandora's box for the rest of this field. Mark Steele going up into 4th fourth now. Galonia moving up. Chris Slinden up into third now. He'll retake that second row spot. How about Austin Fairfield? The MPG Motorsports driver getting demoted down into fifth as Brian Williams moves his way up onto the second row of the grid. Few more drivers set to come across the line, but I believe, I'd say fairly confident, Jamie Bradford will take pole position for the maiden outing of 206 Masters here. Scott Hamble, Chris Linden, Brian Williams, Austin Fairfield, your top 5. And then Troy Toney, Kyle Landon, Matthew Burbo, Mark Steele, and David Galonia rounding out your provisional top 10.
Yeah, kind of surprising to see Mark Steele that far down the top 10 in 9th. Galonia as well down in 10th. And then you look at the speed that Jamie Bradford was able to get out of his machine to start this one off. Very, very impressive for Jamie Bradford, who's going to be on the pole position when we get into heat racing action later on today. Scott Hamble, second. Slinden, third. Then you go back to Brian Williams. That's going to be your first 2 rows when we get into heat racing action. Those heat races, we were just looking at it on the schedule, 16 laps, Nate. That's a lot of racing time that you have. And again, that kind of helps out the drivers that find themselves a little bit ways back. That gives you a lot of time, a lot of laps to put yourself up at the front and to work your way up towards the front of the field. But what a session here. This, debut weekend, we should say, for the Masters and Heavy at Route 66 is definitely going to be one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And go back to your point on working your way up. If you do qualify towards the back of the field, we don't run the same setup as what Stars Championship Series and the United States Pro Kart Series do. When you qualify, that's where you start every race. It's progressive here. So if you do start towards the back of the field, you have a mega first heat, you're starting where you finish. So,
nice.
Of course, for the drivers going from the back to the front, that's great for them. But if you have a mistake or mechanical issue, it is huge disadvantage going into Sunday.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to find yourself going from the front to the back,
exactly.
Especially. That's going to be a lot of work to do. And again, 16 laps for the first heat race. Tomorrow is going to be the second heat race, and that's going to be 14 laps. Main event races are going to be 18 laps total. A lot of racing action, and again, a lot of room for mistake as well, I should say, right? There's a lot of room when you get down to it, but you obviously don't want to be making mistakes, don't want to be putting yourself in situations that you don't need to get yourself into. But we get set with our mini SIFT qualifying session. Again, we're flying through these sessions, only 3 laps here in qualifying for the majority of them. We're almost at the end of qualifying here. 206 Senior, KA100 Jr, Groups B and A get set to hit the racetrack next. And after that, we go into racing action and to our members-only stream. So for those of you watching on and want to join us for the live racing action later on today, again, become a KC Premium member. You just hit the join button on our YouTube channel, and make sure you do that on a non-iOS device, or else Apple tacks on that extra $2.99 that we don't see. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that was the whole spiel that I gave there about KC Premium memberships. But that being said, we follow along with the racing action. Danny O'Gara able to make it out here with the Top Kart USA livery this time around here at his home track, a track that is very close to the O'Gara family now, and a track that he's grown up racing at for him. So we'll see what he can do. Goes up to the top, a 55.078 for O'Gara. Johnson back to Klein. Dominic Gaddis, top 4, and we start to see a little bit of movement here again on this opening lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Slayton Baldock, previous champion in the Mini Swift category, moving up into that lead spot as Will Fightinger will take that away. So put that one to MPG Motorsports on the opening lap. Cameron Johnson was fastest in happy hour, got a handful of race wins and pole positions, but didn't have the number 1 on the championship trophy that he would have wanted. White flag in the air this time to start a season. He's going to want to close off strong in his cadet campaign before moving up into the juniors. Across the line, and it's 8/10 to the good for the 110 of Cameron Johnson. Dominic Gaddis takes it away, though. Danny O'Gara does the same as he goes to the top, as it's O'Gara, Gaddis, Johnson, Klein, and Fighting Sure, your provisional top 5. But Fighting Sure went purple last time across the stripe. He's going to come across in just a few moments' time. Can he take that away from Danny O'Gara? He does by a 1/10.5. Will Fighting Sure to the lead.
Fightinger, a good lap by him, a 53.208. O'Gara back by about a 1/10.5 to Gaddis, to Johnson. And Supka now, who's in the top 5, so half a second back to 5th at the moment for Feidinger, who's sending in some burner lap times. We'll see what Johnson can do on his final lap. Again, time's starting to come in. Cameron Johnson, this time around, can he improve? And he does, but it's not enough. A 53.601 there. O'Gara snags the pole position. A 53.162 for Danny O'Gara and Top Kart USA at the opening round of Route 66. They missed qualifying in 2:06, but they're able to get it done here in Mini. What a start for Danny O'Gara at home.
Will Feidinger takes it away at the last moment. MPG Motorsports takes one up on their Whiteland home track team. As we have one kart off in the oval, that will require a bit of a pickup as we're just getting through qualifying at this rate. There you can see unofficial results. Will Feidinger takes the pole position away from Danny O'Gara by the slimmest of margins, Caleb.
How about that?
Dominic Gaddis, Cam Johnson, and Michael Supka, your top 5.
I mean, right when we're getting ready to call this one done and dusted, Feidinger out of nowhere. What a lap for him as well. 0.02 of a second in between Feidinger and Danny O'Gara in this session. But again, some pickup getting set to go underway. We'll step away for a quick second. We'll be right back with more qualifying action.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Welcome back to Whiteland for 206 Senior Qualifying, and again, split groups for 206 Senior. You'd love to see split groups, Caleb. Just means you have a whole lot of entries you got to deal with on a weekend. So the B group will be heading out on track and are ready to go for their qualifying session. A whole lot of 206 Seniors, of course, this weekend. A whole lot of 206 entries as that category continues to grow throughout Route 66, being introduced back in 2020 and has only grown stronger since then. Final couple carts across the line to take the green flag, and we are underway for 206 Senior Quali.
Yeah, it's going to be this is going to be one of the most surprising ones that I think we're going to see all day long. So we'll wait for these times to come in. And again, I think everybody here is together in 206 Senior, if I'm not mistaken, or they decided to split them up here last second.
See a couple of carts with a 5 designation on them on grid, so I believe we are in the B group right now.
So I think, indeed, we may have gotten these two groups split up. So we're going to wait for these times to come in. And again, Nick Knotzman, 59.372. Dane Underwood to Owen Oler. Thomas Shrek. Miles Fodry up to the top. And again, this is going to continue to change. Lily Martineau. Oliver Gaffer working his way through as well. A 58.631 so far for this B group for 206 Senior and Indy. So we're split in two groups, B and A. No idea why I doubted you there, Nate.
Yeah, you know. you know, man. Yeah, that being confirmed by Geraldine Series official earlier on this morning, just with the amount of 206s we had in the kind of short layout we have here at Whiteland. So just allowing everyone to get some clean air. White flag, though, in the air this time by, as Oliver Gaffer was purple last time across the stripe. He'll get demoted by Nick Knotzman down in 2 seconds. So we await what Gaffer can do. Dane Underwood on the 528 barrel art machine will go fastest. Of course, still 1 lap to go with this being a white flag. Owen Oler moving up. Miles Fodry into 3rd. Angelina Vasquez into 4th. There's Oliver Gaffer resetting fast time by about a 1/10.5. So that's going to bode well for the 516, who found some pace in warm-up in the practice sessions, yesterday evening. So we'll have to see if Gaffer can hold that pace when the A group heads out.
Yeah, see, we'll see how Gaffer holds on in that 516 machine. Underwood also has been quite impressive here in this B group. Put himself up in a 2nd. Oler in 3rd. Fodry and Vasquez, the top 5 so far for this bottom half. And again, checkered flag in the air this time by Knossman up to 3rd. That's a good improvement there to put himself in a better position this time around. More coming across. Underwood to the top of 56.866. Purple lap time there. And on the provisional pole here for the bottom half, Gaffer, Fodry, this time around. There you have the change. Oliver Gaffer, you were waiting for that one, Nate. And it definitely came a little late. 56.767 there for Gaffer, but we wait for that second group to come out here. And again, you have some of the big hitters in that one. We talked about Fandry earlier on today, as well as McPherson, who's been super quick. So we'll see how they all stack up here later on today.
Yeah, and if you look at the gaps between them, you really need a huge difference between yourself and your competitors if you want to stay up in that A group. Oliver Gaffer and Dane Underwood pretty equal on time, but between Underwood and Fodry, there's about a little under 0.6 of a second, so that's boding well for Gaffer and Underwood. But like you can see there, the likes of Jerry Fandry, Wyatt Leslie, Adam Maxwell are 3 drivers just on the front 2 rows that will be boding and trying to get pole position here for 206 Senior. Jerry Fandry launching that Fandry Daniels racing team not too long ago, having about 10 or so karts under their tent for just a club race alone is huge for that team. And of course, TB Kart, who are trying to establish their presence furthermore in North America. They've done it a lot in TSRS the past couple of years down there, with the likes of Jerry Fandry running a couple races on the 4-stroke side of things and recruiting drivers like Alex Stanfield. So great to see another brand making their way up here into the Midwest.
And again, Kyle Uchinsky with TB Kart USA bringing that operation over here stateside. Last year, like you said, they started that up, and then Jerry was over there racing with TB Kart USA and that partnership that they had down at Amarillo Kart Complex. So we'll see what they can do here so far, and we'll see how Fandry gets along. The reigning champ getting set to qualify for the first time in 2025. A busy start of the year for them, but again, a busy start of the year for all of us here as well. So we'll see what qualifying looks like as we get this one started.
Absolutely, another driver, Shane Reddy, on that Coyote kart down in 3rd. For those who race against your friends, you know, the one thing you hate doing is having your friend beat you on track. Well, Shane Reddy's best friend, Oliver Gaffer, are currently on pole, so you can definitely assume that when his tuner or his dad, Pat, told him that Oliver was on provisional pole, there's going to be a fire underneath Shane Reddy's seat for this one, as it almost looked like the 535 kart was smoking a little bit coming out of pit lane. Have to monitor that throughout the session, but they're further back in the field, so hopefully that sorts itself out. Looking to Wyatt Leslie leading this pack with Jerry Fandry in tow, and then Shane Reddy, Adam Maxwell, the top 4 there. Waiting for them to break the timing and scoring line to see where we stand and what they can do. We were a little bit skeptical about how the OTKs will perform as the day heats up. This is where it matters most. Cross the line goes Wyatt Leslie into that 10th spot. Jerry Fandry moving up into 9th. Of course, we're not going to get some real representative times for a while here because tires are still getting warmed up on these 206 machines. But at the moment, Caleb, Jerry Fandry is looking fast on the opening lap.
Yeah, that was a good lap to put himself inside of the top 10, and he was quicker than anybody else in his group so far to start that one off. Adam Maxwell is the next driver that puts himself in with a good improvement after that opening, after the opening of today. A 58.118 for Adam. McPherson puts himself in 11th, Kraus in 12th. So again, we're still waiting on all these drivers to set in their next couple of laps. Back to Zerves. Leslie currently down in 16. Not the best opening lap for him, and you saw Fandry catching him a little bit throughout the lap as well. And I tell you what, Fandry is looking a lot closer to Leslie this time around. So Fandry's definitely closing in and probably going to catch Leslie by the end of this lap. This time around looks like a burner for Fandry, and it is a 56.726. Fandry to the top.
Jerry Fandry getting replaced by Adam Maxwell, Mr. A-Max himself, by a little over a 10.5. Oliver Gaffer still holding strong there in third. As you can see, Quentin McPherson into fifth, while Leslie sixth, Shane Reddy seventh. A lot of those drivers, Caleb, seem to me like they're waiting on that final lap to get those tires up to temp, but did they go too low? Looking at the back straight now, the front two have caught up to each other, and this is only going to help the two of them. Jerry Fandry has his hand in the air. There might be a mechanical issue with Fandry as he is slowing down or might be heading into pit lane. Not sure what's going on with Fandry. Wyatt Leslie might have just been thrown a lifeline there out in front as Fandry is still holding with pace. Not at all sure what happened there. He's going to be pulling in this time by, but Wyatt Leslie, checkered flag in the air for Leslie, unable to go top. Adam Maxwell still finds himself at the top of the timesheets. Shane Reddy way further down than he would have wanted to go there, as Maxwell is still holding on strong. More drivers pulling into the pit lane. It looks like they didn't think they would get any time out of it.
McPherson, yeah.
As I spoke a little early there, Shane Reddy moving up into second there, so timing and scoring being a little bit delayed, so apologies for that. But Adam Maxwell is your provisional pole sitter for 206 Senior. Then Shane Reddy in his first season of senior competition, taking it to the likes of Adam Maxwell. How about that? Jerry Fandry, Oliver Gaffer in fourth. Having Shane Reddy and Oliver Gaffer, the two friends, pushing each other on the opening couple of rows is going to be something to see. Then Dane Underwood, Wyatt Leslie, Max Kraus, Quentin McPherson, Braden Zerves, and Miles Fodry, your top 10.
Also, what a lap by Gaffer to get himself out of the B group, put himself right in the mix, right up at the front, is definitely what he would have hoped for. But just, you know, Fandry either made a mistake or something must have happened on that last lap where he just didn't see the point in closing that one out. But Fandry able to hold on to a third spot. Maxwell, an absolute burner to put 3/10 on the field. And again, that was just qualifying action. It's all going to change once we get into the heat racing action later on today for the start of it. But qualifying just about to be done. One more class getting set to take the track. KA100 Jr. For those of you guys at home, again, join us on the premium coverage, only $9.99 a month, and watch all of the racing action live. We'll be excited to see you guys on the other side of it. But we get set for Group B in KA Junior to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments. Well, not too many moments in between our little catch of breath there, Nate, but we continue to go here, KA Junior, and it's just back-to-back for the last almost hour. It's been that we've been back-to-back with qualifying sessions, so super quick run through it all, and again, we wait. This is the last one before we get into the racing action. The B group going to start to set in their laps here.
Yeah, of course. Like we've seen the past couple of classes, B and an A group, so the drivers that were in the slower half of happy hour are out on track now. But just because you were in the slower half doesn't mean it's game over. A lot of the drivers in the slower half of the 206 Senior split did find themselves inside that top 10. So, of course, same track for these guys, and maybe they had an issue or something in that happy hour session that put them further back than what they should be. This, of course, leveling out the field here in qualifying. First couple of laps coming across the stripe to see where everyone is at. Waiting for a few more drivers to populate so we can see a better representation of where everyone is. Pearson Gulseth in his first race in junior category for the Route 66 Sprint Series puts it P1. Of course, provisionally have all of the A group to go after this. No one is able to touch Pearson Gulseth except for Jack Faber on that 881 machine. I believe that's Franklin Motorsports teammates that are moving each other out of the way. Actually, no, Faber moving over to Burrell Art this season. So the bright red chassis with his gold helmet, pretty hard to miss for Faber as we're waiting for the next couple of karts to cross the line for white flag this time by, Caleb.
Yeah, white flag this time by. Fever a 54.524. And again, it changes that a little bit more. Benjamin Howe a 53.093. Back to laughing. And it, I'm just going to, at some point, I'm going to stop talking because the changes continue to happen here. Pearson Gulseth to the top now, a 52.777 there. So again, expect those lap times to be just a little bit quicker on lap number 3. Expecting another one. There's Feber at 51.985.
Yeah, Feber has found something over the offseason. He was there or thereabouts in 206 competition. I don't remember if he ran KA100 Jr last year. I think he did, but that just shows how unfortunately far back he was in that season. But for him to go provisionally purple, of course, still the B group, he's found a lot of pace over the offseason, both in KA and 206 categories. Checkered flag in the air. No one able to touch Jack Feber for the time being. We'll see what Pearson Gulseth has. He didn't seem very happy with that lap, but he goes purple by almost 2/10. We wait to see what Jack Feber has. He has traffic. It looks like Pearson Gulseth is going to hold on to B group quali as across the line comes Feber. I'd be surprised if he improves. He does. Even with traffic, he gets Pearson Gulseth demoted. Both of them not having the final lap they would have wanted, and that's not at all going to bode well for them trying to hold on in the A group, Caleb.
Here we go. Again, that's it for our B group, and we await for the second half to hit the racetrack here. Brady Shad up at the front here, getting set to lead this field out. We saw Antonino's pace was good. Benham Abernathy as well had some pretty impressive pace at the start of this one in the happy hour session. So we'll wait for him and see what he's got in store. Tucker Trebe, we talked about him earlier on, a move to Hotes driver development. Jackson Baldus was inside of the top 10. Sam Tutwiler, another one that we've talked about. Mason Ward, and more that are getting set to take the green flag here in a couple of moments. Last couple starts working their way into the pit lane, and we await for the rest of the field as we get started. I think there are issues with getting Brady Shad started here on this one, so an external starter, and we'll wait to see if they can get him started up here.
Charlie Ropke to the rescue there. That's 2 sessions that Brady Shad did not have the easiest start to now, is it?
Yeah, and again, you see either one of the mechanics or one of the parents with a hand over the chest kind of just taking a deep breath on what's been, a very, very anxious starts to qualifying. So, yeah, for Brady, again, if he can do the same thing he did in 206 Junior, they're going to be in good spirits here at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely, but you got to get the job done, and when the driver in front of you is John Antonino, a guy who's been so fast on the regional and national scene the past couple of seasons, it's not going to be easy. A bit of a stacked field in KA Junior this season, as it looks like a side pod from one of the drivers last session fell off. I assume that's not from this session already, but we'll have to wait and see. Looking towards the front of the field, there you see on screen Antonino and Brady Shad. There's the side pod that fell off. No team graphics on it, so it looks like it might have come from last session. No meatball flag being readied by flagman Mick Gallagher, so we are all clear and ready to go for this A group. Looking back towards the front of the field, as you can see there, Benham Abernathy on that Hotes driver development Gillard machine. Got a race win last season at the Road America Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. He's going to be looking for a couple more this season if he does end up running the full campaign. Brady Shad taking the spot away from John Antonino, so they're going to swap positions. Feber still purple on timesheets, but if you look down to third place, Caleb, Brady Shad, Landon Boer, and Benham Abernathy had some flying opening laps.
Yeah, and I think we could have seen a little bit of gamesmanship there in between Antonino and Chad. Maybe Antonino just trying to get himself into a better position, try and get some sort of draft or try and get something to chase as well in the final lap of the qualifying session. So that could fall into the hands here of John Antonino throughout the closing stage of this qualifying session. We'll see how it works out for him again, given that spot over to Shad in the clean air over to Shad as well. This time around, we await to see what the laps look like. It was a burner for Antonino, again, letting Shad by, and that's a flyer by Brady Shad. What a lap of 50.659. Abernathy to second, Boers up to third, Antonino falling down the order as well to sixth. And again, he didn't do that second lap, so this is going to be an important lap for John Antonino to put himself inside of the top 5 because he's currently falling down to 9th. So important for Antonino to pull something out of the bag. Asen Drama up to second. Abernathy falls back to third. And we'll see with John Antonino chasing down Brady Shad into turn number 12. These two drivers have been going back and forth so far this weekend in the happy hour sessions on the top of the timing charts. We'll see what John Antonino can pull out of the bag here in the closing stages of qualifying. Shad's going to be the first to cross the line this time by. Does Brady Shad improve anything? He does, but Antonino goes quicker. A 50.121 for John Antonino, and we await for the rest of the field to come through.
Asen Dromalev coming across the line, going second fastest, a 10th.5 back, waiting for a couple of the MPG Motorsport contingent to see what they can do. Ryan Mort going 8th fastest. I don't think anyone else in this field has anything. Going to watch on for Brandon Saraki in the Franklin Motorsports. Merlin Machine, what can he do? Can't break himself into the top 10. It's not been the weekend he would have wanted thus far. Final card on track. Theo Gaffer coming across the line, unable to break himself into the top 10. So John Antonino Jr. and MPG Motorsports, pole position for them, and KA100 Jr. Asim Dromalev, Brady Shad, Benham Abernathy, Landon Boer, your top 5.
And that's it for qualifying session. We move on to premium live streams. We'll see you guys on the other side. For those of you guys who aren't joining us, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for some warm-up action.